Hello, I'm Verdi Augusto, and this is the Schumann Resonance Harmonics channel on YouTube and Facebook and Patreon. Thank you for being here. Let's play some music. What do we got?
I need out of everyone I love to have. I want that good thing over and over again.
Okay. Nice. Indeed. The more I hear from you, the more I love you. All right. I just can't get enough. All right. Thank you for being here. I am Verdi Augusto, and like I said, if you're new, welcome. Please remember to like, share, comment, and subscribe early and often. And if it's not too much trouble on top of all of that, please hit the notification bell next to the subscribed button and select all, or you will likely get no notifications, or they'll come late, or they're slow, or if at all. And it's helpful to you. It's helpful to me, but it's more helpful to you. In fact, according to YouTube, if you haven't selected all, you are not officially a subscriber, right? And you're not a meaningful subscriber, put it that way. You have to want all of me, or you don't get any of me. It's quite simply the Piscean age at its worst. So thank you all for coming. I appreciate you being here. You are, the 10 of you at least, and the honorary few of you who are forever on the Wall of Fame, Wages, Mark Pyers, and Bradley. You're over there in the forever. You're just forever. So just the music. This is Aaron Mix 6/4/2012, and he titled it NEXTBESNEW, which I think is next best new, and that would have been 2012. That's a good mix. That's one of the few that's actually named and not just given a date. I've said this before. I wish Aaron would give more fun titles on his stuff, but whatever. Some of them have thumbnails and clip art too. So anyways, that's our music, and we'll play more of this. That's like an hour and eight long mix, 8 minutes long mix. So I think there's not much of the way of the introduction on this. My guides told me, I wrote this in like a day, an afternoon, and it was one of those things that I've said parts of this, a lot of this before in other places, and this was one I just wanted to kind of nail everything in one place, and summarize sort of like the mission, not sort of, summarize what the mission is, but explain what the mission and all of this is. So I've talked about a lot of this. I think pretty much the majority of this I've mentioned in other places in different ways, I think. And so this is a good summary of, where we are at this time. And there's a lot of you who are, a lot of my people are advanced. I have a higher percentage relative to the relatively small number of subs and followers I have. We're talking about 3,000 here, and then on YouTube another 3,000, and then so 17,000 for Schumann Resonances. But I didn't start Schumann Resonance. I'm an admin there. Those aren't all my people, but definitely the Schumann Resonance harmonics channel in the Facebook group. So that's 6,000, 20,000, right? All right. So relatively speaking, 20,000 isn't a big following of people. But of that, I think that Schumann Resonance is a beginner. Schumann Resonance is a beginner. The Facebook group that goes with the YouTube channel, in theory, both at 3,000, and it's they're intended to go together. That's the advanced, right? That's the advanced class. So I do like the doctorate's level, a graduate level. I do the electromagnetics, Schumann resonance electromagnetics in general, atmospheric electromagnetics. I'm the advanced class, and of mine, I have a higher of the proportion. What I'm saying is of the 6,000 or so, 5,000 people, I have a higher proportion of advanced people than I think are in general out there interested in Schumann resonance and the atmospheric electromagnetics. That was a long scenic way of saying you all are the advanced class, basically. And I'm thank you for being here with me, and you are what's making it worth doing a video and what's making it worth being here. Otherwise, it's pretty miserable. So I want to dedicate the music to both Jacqueline and Pamela, and who are very special. And they make it worth doing this, and they keep me on my toes. And so they're both of them are Patreons, and I do these videos with Patreon in the background to kind of get people over there to the Patreon channel. And this is the type of stuff that I want to do over there and talk about, is the more advanced stuff that is outside of, I don't know how to better put it, than outside of the range of the average person, right? Just there's some stuff going on. There's a lot of interesting things happening, and people are starting to waken up. But relatively speaking, this is just like the tip of the iceberg as we enter into the Aquarian age. And some people are starting to kind of wake up to this understanding that the Aquarian age is not where we've been. And as things start to open up, the average people win against royalty and against kings and princes. I've talked about the play Everyman in the 1500s. By 1600 it was out. By 1660 it was playing, and people knew Everyman, and it was well understood. This is new. That's the dawning of the Aquarian age, right there at Everyman. And there's a bunch of stuff, and that's I'm doing this actually as an introduction, I guess, because I'm not talking about it in there. Okay. And this part of where the onset of the Aquarian age, of where we're at relative to the Aquarian age starting, like we are right at the precipice. Right? It's not, oh, we're just like, no, we are literally, it takes thousands of years to get from one side, to get situated. In some cases, the dawning of this started hundreds of years ago. And I've had in others of these, I've talked about some of the precursors that are coming in, that have come in, with the Aquarian age, and depending on the segment of society, those elements started either 20 years ago, or maybe 50 years ago, or maybe 100 years ago, or maybe 250 years ago, depending on whichever one of the rulers is in charge of that section, right? So Pluto is the longest running actor in the drama, right? And I like giving the analogy as theatrics and as drama and as you know theater, right? I guess theatrics, the stage, because hey, Shakespeare said it: all the world is a stage, and quite honestly, it certainly has been so in us telling our own story, that in order for us to get to know ourselves as people and as a culture, we have to dramatize ourselves and see ourselves externally. We can't do that. We can't see ourselves from inside. So we have to get this from an external source. And that's what is so important to understand about the world as a stage, as the planet, the earth, all of this society, is that we are actors. We are extemporaneous actors, assumedly, allegedly, or we are actors that keep rehashing established lines, established dialogue, and are going by a script. Okay, so moving forward into the Aquarian age, right? There's a lot of societal bands and bounds and bonds and bangs and baubles that are being undone, being either dismantled, being undone, being opened up, being revealed. There is a push for this. There is definitely uh, um, there is definitely a need, a push. There's a cry, there's a call for this to happen on all fronts, for everything to open up. And it is only those who have the vested interest in the Piscean age, uh, who are holding on for the dear life, right? And we see it at the highest ranks of society, where they are militarizing everything to maintain their power. And I hate to say this needs to happen, but all of the moves have to be played. All of them need to be, all of the hands. We think of this as not only a drama, we think of it as a game, right? Game being an activity, move, counter move, right? Uh, there's the number of types of games, but essentially all games require action and reaction. Okay, that's what game is. It's what game theory is. It's about how do I counteract what that other person is doing, and how do I interact with it? How do I act with it? So in the theatrics, the theater of society, we have the element of game, of interchange, of move, counter move. Okay, there are two types of games. There is the finite and the infinite. With the infinite game, the purpose of the game is to keep it continuing. With the finite game, the purpose is to win, right? So within the course of the two types of games, one can exist within another, yet within the finite game, you can have infinite players, but they realize they're playing the finite game, okay? And I think I'll do a video more about that. Maybe that'll be one of the next ones I do, explaining the finite and the infinite game, the difference between the two interchange, okay? And so it's important to know when you're interchanging with someone, when you're playing their game, what kind of a game is it, right? Are they playing to win, or are they just taking your time? Right? Are they just kind of, just robbing you of your time, right? And within the understanding of the finite and the infinite is what's your purpose, what's your aim, what's your goal, okay? What are you intending to get out of this? Are you just intending to waste someone's time? Okay, right? We'll call that an infinite game that could go on forever, just people wasting your time. And then there is the finite game where you are trying to win, you're trying to accomplish something, and you're trying to get somewhere. Okay, so this is one of the important things to understand as we move forward. Okay, in dialogue, and as we move forward in the discussion, as we move forward in action, in the coming, this coming time, coming days, right? Coming months, coming weeks, years. It's one of the important things to understand going forward. Finite and the infinite game. I don't want to get too far afield in that. I need to establish it as its own thing. I want to do a video on that. I want to do a post on that, do some writing on that to explain, what I mean, the two, okay, with the infinite and the finite, okay. Like I said, the majority of the people here are the advanced students, okay. This will ring a lot of bells, and I want this moving forward to having been established, and this is probably the perfect place for it, to establish the two types of games, because it's not just there; it also applies to some other things, like puzzle pieces. Okay, so we're going to be talking about the Aquarian age, what that means on the broader stage, what that means from the bigger perspective, without getting, I guess, too far afield. Uh, these topics can have a way of getting out of hand when trying to explain them. Okay. And I'm kind of in expansion mode, and I would like to explain a lot, but I need to kind of, keep it sort of on point. All right. And as I said before, that's what my script is. That's what the writing is. So I don't get adrift and start introducing things without properly explaining the context. So we have the two forces at work. I think that's a way to explain it. Okay. One is the desire to win at all costs, right? And to exclude from that other types of winning. Okay, right? Is uh you declare, right, at the end of the finite game, you declare a winner. A winner has to be declared, or else the game is continued. Okay. So the more I talk about this, the more I need to do a video explaining this, because there's actually a book. This isn't me kind of making stuff up on the spot. There is a book called Finite and Infinite Games by James P. Carse. Okay. So it's just totally advanced. Like the first chapter, you'll probably be able to follow, but then after that, like, all right, yeah, this is really advanced stuff. But it's important to understand that it just kind of basically game theory, not any type of game, simply the interaction of between the players, okay? Or in our case, the interaction between the actors, okay? So the players are the actors. It's important. Who doesn't know that sports stars are also entertainers? Right? There's the whether the stage is in a theater or it's a tennis court, right? Or it's in front of a court with a judge, right? There is a degree of pomp and circumstance and rituality and theatrics involved in all of it. The court with the magistrate is a fine example. If you don't think so, go to a courthouse and sit in on a court proceeding sometime. Theater of it, the paperwork, the ritual, all of this. So when we talk about game, it's not a particular game. It is not a game itself. It is the establishment of the dialogue, and within that dialogue are the rules of engagement, the rules of discourse, the rules of the road, if you will. So I think to summarize or kind of bring it back around again, what is important about the acting, the playing, the parts, the hands, all of this, all of the hands need to be played. All of the acts need to be gone through. Everything needs to clear out. And the only way that a lot of this garbage and dreck can get cleared out is if it is formally brought out and people fight against it, against all of the awful shit that should have been not imposed in the first place. It all needs to be dismantled. And the only way for that to be dismantled is physically dismantled. If the people who are holding on to the power are trying to hold on to it till the very last, and they're using military fight and military force for that, the hands need to play out how they need to play out. Right? The weapons of our warfare are mighty, for they are not carnal. We deal with principles and principalities and powers of darkness and powers of the air. Right? The end of the Piscean age is at hand. It's coming. It is here. It's now. Right? So this is why I'm being directed and being guided to do this. And the things that I have been doing lately that are not so much on Schumann resonances, and for a little while I've been divagating off into some other stuff that I've brought up to you guys that's really profound and very heavy stuff, but you need to know it. And this is one of these things that my guides have said to me, like, it's time, like, it's just time. And I'm explaining a little bit why in there. Um, I'm one of the stage hands here. I'm not at all comfortable being on the stage. I have been on the stage as an actor. I like acting. I like being a DJ, doing my, YouTube channel, right? So I recognize there's a part of me that wants to communicate with people on, in a video. I'm a tech guy. I like the technology itself, setting it up to do the studio more than actually being on the stage. Like, all right, so once I get the studio set up, I had to use it. I got to use it, right? It's like it's the meter's running, honey. It's got to pay for itself. You need to do some content, right? It just, it's how it goes, right? So when you're an actor and your job is to act, right? A commentator, right? I got to commentate, so I can eat, so I can eat. And so I'm doing the video because, I need to have content out there, right? And God bless you all. I love you for coming here and supporting me, please go to Patreon. I don't have it set up for a minimum amount, right? So it can anything, like $1, I think, I'm pretty sure. Come on over, say hi, and I'm sure that as you're over there, you see some stuff that you like, you'll be happy to kind of go up in your subscription. At least I hope so. I need help paying for the van, paying for repairs and whatever. The power steering just blew. I don't know what's wrong with it. I'm gonna need something. The mobile studio needs work. Come to Patreon, support my work, or just go to PayPal, drop a buck in the bin. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. So I'm making content. Gotta have content, and that's what we're doing here. All right. So with that, I think I'm ready for the material. So before that, I'm going to play some music. I don't know, about 6 minutes worth of music. And then I will get into the material, I think. So it's coffee break time. Right? All right. So, I just can't get out of
Sometimes this world is so hard, full of mean, ugly people without a heart. I know what you're thinking. Sometimes this world is so hard, full of mean, ugly people without a heart. I know what you're thinking. Sometimes this world is so hard, full of mean, ugly people without a heart. But inside we're all hurting. Some are losing their way. Stop and try to decide to make a change today. But inside we're all hurting. Some are losing their way. Stop and try to decide to make a change today. But inside we're all hurting. Some are losing their way. Stop and try to decide to make a change today. Joy comes after hurt, and light comes after rain. Listen to your heart. Return to love again. Take a chance and return to love. Return to love again. Take a chance and return to love. Return to love again. I know what you're feeling. You wanna bring the pain down the doors, push and shove. Oh, until it goes away. You know love's the answer to wash those tears away. Don't let hate divide. Throw away your pride. We can start today. 'Cause joy comes after hurt, and light comes after rain. Listen to your heart. Return to love again. Take a chance and return to love. Return to love again. Take a chance and return to love. Return to love again. To make a change today. Joy comes after hurt, and light comes after rain. Listen to your heart. Return to love again. Take a chance and return to love. Return to love again. Take a chance and return to love. Return to love again. I know what you're thinking. Sometimes this world is so hard, full of mean, ugly people without a heart. But inside we're all hurting. Some are losing their way. Stop and try to decide to make a change today. Joy comes after hurt, and light comes after rain. Listen to your heart. Return to love again. Take a chance and return to love. Return to love again. Take a chance and return to make a change today. Joy comes after hurt, and light comes after rain. Listen to your heart, return to love again. Take a chance and return to love. Return to love again. Take a chance and return to love. Return to love again. I know what you're feeling. You wanna bring the pain down the doors, push and shove, oh, until it goes away. You know love's the answer to wash those tears away. Don't let hate divide, throw away your pride. We can start today. 'Cause joy comes after hurt, light comes after rain. Listen to your heart, return to love again. Take a chance and return to love. Return to love again. Take a chance and return to love. Return to love again. Joy comes after the hurt, and light comes after the rain. Listen to your heart, return to love again. Take a chance and return to love. Return to love again. Take a chance and return to love. Return to love again. Joy comes after hurt, and light comes after rain. Listen to your heart, return to love again. Take a chance, me return. It's so easy. Love will
Okay, let's get back. Mm-hmm. Good notes. All right. Okay, that was 40, right at 40:40. All right. All of you know, like keep track of the time, time stamps and the time and all of that, right? Super important. Like I watch the clock in these things. So you don't have to. Okay, I think we're ready to go. All right. Like I said, thank y'all for being here. I appreciate everyone, your support, your time for being here. Those of you who comment, I really appreciate the comments, especially when you say you learned something and I've really explained something in a way you had never thought of it before. It's extremely helpful, or just I can't do that with everyone, but this is kind of what I'm going into in here in my work about explaining, where I'm at and things, right? I might want to help everyone, but I just can't. I mean, I can't, right? Gotta save the work for someone, right? Gotta save the work for other people, right? I'm just know when to say when, know when your limits are, right? And it's not negative to, how do I say this? It's not negative, a negative thing to accept your limitations, right? I am never going to flap my wings hard enough to be able to fly. I've tried, I've really fucking tried, but I will not ever be able to fly. And it's not a negative thing for me to say, I'm not going to fly, right? Just first and foremost, okay? I have the little picture of me up here so I can see. It's like I'm looking at myself just as you would see me, right? And I think of, let's pause the narrative for a little bit and say, as I look at myself in the picture, it's kind of like washed out, which I like. There's no microphone. And I look at a lot of the YouTubers that have their channel, and they have a microphone actually, in a big one in some cases. Um, like a soup can mic, and it's right there. And I'm thinking, it's part of the pageantry to have a microphone in the picture. But I have mine set about like a foot away from me. The level is good. I don't need it next to me, and there may not be enough room in the picture for a mic and me. I've blown this up, so there's a bigger me there. But honest to goodness, I love the low resolution picture of me in the video. I really do. I talk about high tech stuff, like really, complicated technical stuff with a very low resolution picture that I'm using from the laptop, the HP laptop that I use, just the in-house microphone, and it's just that's all I need. I have another one that's nice. I'm not using that one. It's too nice because it's showing the background, and that's what I like about this really low resolution, doorknob, ring. What is the name of that ring? Door camera. It's even theirs are high definition. This one is like is about as low grade as you can get and still be digital, a digital picture. Anyway, 8-bit. It's an 8-bit video picture, basically. Any or 16-bit, I think. Any of you that know technical, you'll know what I'm saying. Anyway, all right. So, uh, all right. So, I think I'm at the portion. I played enough music. I'm at the portion that I gotta, gotta start, making, paying the rent, as it were, and paying the bills with the content. All right. So this, let me just say, this is one of my best writings that I've done, I think, in a while. I really felt motivated. I felt inspired to do this. I did it all in one day, essentially. And I'm still kind of going through and fixing a few of the little errors and kind of adding to it. But the bulk of it, boom, as you see it here, it was within 24 hours. And I'm the deep dive guy. My stuff takes 2 days to get it out. I'm not an express on the spot kind of writer. Uh, I liked writing for the newspaper, but it was like you gotta keep on writing stuff. There was you gotta you can't write a lot about the topic. Would do a lot of research, and the editor would be like, this isn't a research paper, right? You've got to write the article. It's kind of
nail it down to what's important. And, and so we would have discussions about, you're a great editorial writer, a great op-ed writer, but, the news story, get the details, get the, So anyway, so, I forget where I was going with that. Oh yeah, this is one of the best writings I've done. I've done a lot of good writings recently, a lot of good writing, but this is one because, like I said, it flowed. This is stuff that I've said otherwhere. I need to say it here. I need to piece it together and kind of use this as a little nutshell of a kernel of uh some I don't know something. I have no idea what any of this is going to be in 6 months from now. But I know there's a lot of stuff I've written that I've needed to. I've had to. I got to say, it's in my head. I intended to have a platform so I could make the writings, I could make the revelations from my guides public to you guys. You need to know, right? If they're telling me, if I know it, you need, some of you, not all of you, right? The ones who are ready, you need to know it. And I've had discussions with people where I've said things that just have, kind of turned the key in a lock. It just nailed it how they needed it to. And so that's sort of what I'm doing here, what my mission is. All right. So before I get into this, I'm gonna, I think, do something I don't usually do, right? I'm gonna take a moment and we're going to reflect, right? We're going to, I think, reflect, open ourselves up. We're going to allow ourselves, to be open to the message, not just for you. I'm not just asking for yourself, but I'm not just asking for you, for yourself, but I'm asking for me, for myself, so that I can be the best guide. So even though what I've written here is fine and it's great, I'm asking us for what the message is to be revealed to us, right? I'm asking my guides to be here with us. We're going to take some time, just a moment to reflect on why we're here, what we're doing, what you're looking for, what is the mission, what is the goal, what is our purpose for being here on Earth, on planet, not just here with me right now, here, boom, that somehow you magically managed to find yourself here with me, but a larger picture, what are you doing here? Right? That's what this is. Not just me addressing this for myself, but my guide said you need to put this out for your people so they can address this question as well. What are you doing here? Right? Are you just going along with the flow? Or are you taking a stand? Are you putting meaning behind what you do? Okay. I can't answer that for anyone else. I can only answer it for myself. And my job, my biggest, maybe, I don't know. One of my biggest skills is as a writer. Okay. So I have to put that out. I'm fairly personable. I have a nice, this is me face, you bloody beautiful bastards. And I have a charming enough personality. I can, make good content on video. I can speak well enough. I have a great voice. So the writing and all of this, my talents, being able to put together the studio, boom, all of this together equals theoretically good content. And so I have a platform, I have a mission to this is my job, right? I have also done other stuff, right? I mean, I do other stuff. I have the bikes, I have the thing I do with my bikes, I have the my regular places I go to where I talk to people locally, like at the coffee shop, the bakery shop, where I talk to the girls that work there and bring them roses, and we talk about the flowers, talk about roses, why, the how the sun interacts with the plants and the time of day that the plants need light. And we talk about some very deep, profound issues using plants as a good metaphor. Okay. So I have the things I do locally. I have the things I do here in the video. I'm doing my job. I'm doing my mission, right? I'm doing my mission before I even make a video. Just say that. Before I even did the YouTube, I'm doing my mission. I'm doing what I'm here for. Okay. However, there is the next level that people need, and that's where I come in. The next level guy, the deep dive guy, right? The deep dive guy, right? That's me. How deep do you want to go? How profound do you want to talk? You do like, right? There are things that are beyond my expertise, and there are things beyond what I'm willing to talk about with people because it's just too tangly and too messy of a subject for me to deal with English. In English. We'll just put it that way. All right. So, as we are here, we join our hearts together, we join our minds together to be on the same wavelength. Okay. And I ask you to be a good steward of the information, to let wisdom sit in your heart here, offer her a place to sit. We ask she come with us to guide us. Spirit of the great universe, come sit with us, be with us as I talk about my mission and what I'm doing here. Um, oh, please. Uh, I'm I'm moved. Um, and we would ask the wonderful, beautiful spirit, the grace and graciousness of the intelligent universe to stick with us and stay with us and guide us in this. We open up the doors that we need to the benevolent beings that they would sit with us, stay with us, that your minds and your hearts and your spirits will be open to the message that they have for me or through me for you. Okay, I think that's the best way to put it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend some time before this. I'm going to talk in my native language and speak from what I don't normally get to say and give a benediction to this to you from my guides. So, with your permission and your approval, fusa ara uta mashua wa mputsatsara acha ara urum ufupua wapa asatracha ara ua. Mfupuua mpatsatsa acha ara mfupu utra mo uka ka ufumo uka acha aya ukilta atara oshama aya uka mfupuwa atsatsara shachari arama ufumama ura bakachkarara kunkusta etre ichikarara ufumbu uka consusta trech grada fupupupu utsutsun sutra ichmama akara from furma usatrech grad fupupu ua atre shimchari mapahasa satadere shimchura from puro uram papa. Okay. And with your grace, thank you for being here with us, and thank you for everything. I can get moved when I do these. They can be bigger than me or bigger than whatever I think I thought I knew coming into this. I want to be a good steward for the message. Right? I want to be a good witness to my people, where I've come from. I'll just say that. So, once again, thank you for being here. Thank you, because you just make this. Those of you who have gotten something from this and you comment, you say something, you make this worth doing. You make it worth the work. And there is a lot of work to this. Okay. All right. So, without any further ado, let me get into the message here, the text content. All right. So this is from the 15th of January, but this is to bring in the new year, I think. Right? I just, right? Like, that's sort of what this sort of occurs to me as well. Like, reassessing my place here in the new year. What am I doing? Right? I think it's right at the beginning of the new year. It's a good time to ask yourself, what the hell am I doing here? Right? What the fuck am I doing here? So, right? Ask yourself that question and then sit quietly with a pen and paper and Write down what comes after that. When you ask the universe, you will get an answer. I guarantee you. And even if you're just half asking it in the back of your head somewhere, if you've formed a coherent enough question that it has meaning to you, the universe will answer that. Sometimes, sometimes in a way that just blows your head off. And I'll just say that, not. Hopefully the censors won't get me on that, but just figuratively speaking, where the top of your head just dissolves, right? And that's where your crown gets activated, right? Things can happen like that when you ask these questions. What am I doing? What's my mission here? You can get answers to it that you would not have otherwise experienced had you not asked a question, right? The I'll save that. All right. Thank you for reading this. This discussion will be in regards to what my mission in the Earth School, or what the mission in the Earth School is, and what's my part in it. And this will be as I understand it. Currently, we're in the closing of the cycle. Right? So, for our purposes, a cycle is a period of the great year, which is a period of approximately 26,000 years. The actual, this is how they explained it to me. The solar system, it's big, right? The galaxy, big. This is all big stuff. All right. So, in order for all of the component parts to kind of do their, the return, their route, if you will, for all of, because keep in mind, the asteroid belt is still part of our solar system. It's way out there. It's still part of our solar system. The Oort cloud. I mean, these things are all part of the magnetic pull of the solar system. Okay, so that the whole solar system makes an orbit around a bigger star. It's a black star, basically a dark star, black hole, if you will. I don't know if it's quite a black hole, but it's a dark star. We'll just call it that, right? There's at the center, right? That's the very center of the galaxy. Around that orbits a large cluster of stars and solar systems, and the when you look at the middle of the galaxy, you see like a cluster of lights, but it all rotates around the central sun. Okay, and that's the dark star, as I'm saying. All right. So that period, in order for everything, all of the pieces to go, is approximately by 26,000 years, everything will have completed its cycle. The actual period for the sun proper is 25,000, like 900 or something years. It's slightly under 26,000, but 26,000 is a good round figure. You're going to be, who's going to be there at the beginning and the end enough that a few years is going to make any difference, right? In the timing of things, it does, right? The timing when these things, like it's like the precision of a watch, if you will, or a watch has the precision of this, if you will. I don't know, one or the other. But all the pieces work as cogs in a wheel, and some move a little faster than others, some are smaller, bigger, whatever. They all have their place, and they're all different sizes, but as they complete their orbit, they do their return. Okay, that's really important to understand this. The return, back to square one. Okay, the cycle, that's what we're talking about, the grand cycle, these cycles of, in this case, 26,000 years. And another phrase, actually, I'll get into that in a little bit. All right. Along with the closing of the great year, there's incidentally a natural reset point. All right, I don't think I actually read that. However, there is solar harmonics. There it is. All right. There's solar harmonic periods, and these are natural reset points which bring massive earth changes. Along with the closing of the year, there is a reset that happens every 24 to 26,000 years, okay? Depending, okay? Every 26,000 years. Okay, sometimes 24, sometimes 26, all right, but these are resonance harmonics, okay? There's a small one that happens at 6 to 7,000 years, and the last reset was the flood, okay? These harmonic periods, the age of the Earth is not 6,000 years. The last reset we had was 6,000 years, and that was the flood. Okay, the Great Flood, which numerous races have Great Flood stories. The main character of that, the one person, is given different names in the different cultures. The one in the Bible is Noah, but there are others that have other other tales of the Great Flood and who was saved and why and how and all of that, and the Ark and all of this. Okay, so our latest history, the latest reset point was it's about 6,500 years ago, actually. They figured it out, uh, approximately dating, but between 6 to 7,000 years, there's a small, relatively small upset, and then there's a bigger one at 12,000, and then a rather large one at 24 to 26,000 years, and then a huge one that happens at 36, and then one at 72,000 years. Right. So you see what I'm saying. So these epics are given different names, and one of them is Le Champ, right? The Carboniferous period. All of these have different names that they give it depending on what happens in that period or how things develop in that period. Like there's just a lot of variables that can happen, both with the water sloshing around, the earthquakes, what opens up, what land appears, what land disappears, right? Which you're seeing it in front of you right now, right? Tonga, right? These islands that are opening up, and some of them explode. Krakatoa, right? Half the good, maybe not a half. I don't think it was a half, but I think like a quarter of the island of Krakatoa, like disappeared, like, or maybe it was a half, I don't know, but it was a huge section from Krakatoa in 1863. Okay, so you see, Iceland, the Icelandic volcano, Palma, how these things erupt and erupt and erupt, and then create new land right in front of you. You're seeing it how things can happen relatively quickly, right? Like their eyes of these geoscientists are being opened regularly, daily, as they see things happening that they believed took millions of years. Boom, happens within a week or a month or some shit, right? Just wow, holy fuck. The scientific papers are being kind of overrun with all these, well, we're reassessing what we knew type of research papers, right? And it's largely because we're at another reset point where you're able to see things that seemed to be thousands of years or millions of years or whatever. Nope. When the changes come, it comes and they come quickly, right? I'll just say that. The great year period is divided into 12 sections called great months, and those are the constellations, right? So each one of the constellations that like the Aquarian Age, the Piscean Age is the last one. We're just coming out of that. And the Aquarian Age is we're the one coming up now. This is called the precession of the equinox. And what it is it's the axial point of the Earth, right, where it spins. The axial point is pointing at one of the 12 uh, constellations, one of the 12 sections of the pie, and that's what gives you the great months. Incidentally, we're entering into a patch of the sky where there's now 13 constellations. Ophiuchus is the latest, but that's a whole nother story unto itself. And that brings up a lot of interesting points and pieces, and the 13 houses now, and there are people who will tell you their lucky number is 13, right? The superstition behind 13 and blah, 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 all of this, right? And there's more than just one, more than just the death of Jacques de Molay on Friday the 13th, or the other horrific things that have happened on Friday the 13th as well. Not just including a horrible movie of that name, but things that have happened on, like Friday the 13th in real life. Trying to remember which one of the ocean liners. I think the Titanic sunk on Friday the 13th or some shit. The Costa, the ship, Costa Concordia, I think it was, They took off Friday the 13th. All right, ship, you never, that's against like canon lore. Don't ever do that. They did it. The champagne bottle didn't break on the bow. Bad omen. They set sail Friday the 13th. Another bad omen, right? This is probably an albatross that got killed somewhere. They disregarded that. Whatever. We're the Titanic, right? We won't sink. And it flipped over, right? Whatever. Bunch of reasons. Idiots. Anyway. Um, so Friday, either the 13th or Friday the 13th, whatever. One or the other. All right. So, and I guess that speaks to a point about the timing of things, and that there are certain times that are better than others, and so it's important to know when to say when. The duration of a great month is 2,150 years in official duration. Okay. The actual time is, like, if you break up, that is 2,160 years. Okay. So, kind of rounding it down, sure. All right. However, all of them are not the same length. Okay. They're not all the same length. Okay. Some are actually of a shorter period, some are longer, but the official recognized duration of one of them is approximately 2550 to 2560 years, 2,150 to 60 years, okay, for it to be in its complete. Not talking about the overrun of when it takes time to get on the stage and everything to get set, or the time it takes to get all your shit off of the stage, okay? And in both cases, this is what we're calling an overlap, okay, of where one starts and the other ends. One is recognized to have started. And in true fashion of the finite game, it can only be ended by the acceptance of the people playing. Okay. Okay. So I don't mean to, I don't want to go too far into a topic without kind of being able to introduce it properly. This is one of these things that's kind of coming up that I'm starting to realize is important as I'm having this discussion, that I need to talk about, is the finite and the infinite aspect of this, of the finite aspect of the ending age getting off of the field. At the end of the age, the people who've had their time, who've had their place in power, don't want to give it up. Okay? And it's not over for them until they declare it's over. They have to declare they've been beaten, if by nothing other than the clock itself. Okay? It's important to understand that as well, that in the finite game, there is a time structure that's involved. You get time penalties, you get timeouts, you can have time added to the clock, perhaps, right? These are all parts of the play. I suppose if you can afford it, you can have time added to the clock. However, that will cost you something. What do you want to give up? Okay. Depending on how much time you want to add to your stay in office, it will cost you something. Right? So that's something that needs to be considered. That the players that are on the field now are all getting ready to somehow give up their office, and some of them don't know how to. They don't want to. They're trying to figure out who to hand it off to that's going to be in their side, in their corner. You see people stepping down from these corporate offices, and oh, why? Well, they see the writing on the wall in many cases. Simply put, I mean, the ultimate arbiter of time is the planet herself. Right? Linear time can only go so far, can only go on so long. Right? That's its thing. Time is not linear of itself, but impose the clock on it, impose a straight line, and even linear time isn't even a straight line. It's got to be operated by a whirly gig like that in order for you to see, the timeline, right? Like, how absurd is that? Think about it. You know, it's time, it's a linear time, it's a straight line. No, it's not. It's moving in a circle like that. If that doesn't tip you off that something is screwy, nothing will, right? Linear time, it's circular, man. That's what from down to the second all the way up to the 26,000 years, it is all the same. It is all a cycle. Linear time is it's only a dimension. It only exists in the imagination. You need to have a clock. You know, you can't, could you picture a clock moving like that? Except, yeah, but that's when you think of linear time, that's what you think of. It just moving like that, you know, zzz, like that. No, right? The clock moves in a circle, right? Like a spiral. Okay. So this, when we're talking about cycle, we're talking all the way from a second, minute, hour, you know, the 60, 60, 60, 60, all the way out into infinity, right? Just it's cyclical. That's its nature. So there's always an overlap period between, you know, when one starts and when ends. It's important to realize that this period is when the most confusion and chaos happens. Okay, we're rapidly coming out of the overlap of the entry period of the Aquarian Age. Like all large items in motion, it takes time for the thing to get up to full speed. Okay, it takes significant time to ramp down in many cases, depending on what was built up. You know, the people that built it have to dismantle it. Otherwise, if you leave it to us, we'll just tear it down. Right? We're going to have much less consideration for the shit you've put up that kept us enslaved than you're going to have for yourself. So either you can dismantle it yourself and do it kinder, gentler way, or leave it to us to piece out like a gutted corpse of an animal that we're going to gorge upon. Either or, it's going to happen. The end is at hand. Right? They've been saying that for a while, and it has been true for a while. The end really has been at hand for the last 100, 150, 250 years. The end has been at hand. Yes, that is correct. It was true then. It's just as true now, with or without the fucking tinfoil hat. Please and thank you. Like all large items in motion, it takes time to get up to full speed and time to ramp down. Yes, indeed it does. A big, huge tractor trailer ain't stopping on a dime. A locomotive ain't stopping on a dime. Right? There is always an overlap period when the next one starts and the old one ends. We are almost fully at the point of ending of the overlap into the Aquarian Age. An age of 2150. You know, when you get to the end of the age, that 10 years does seem to matter, though, doesn't it? Right? What's the difference between the 2150 years or 2160 years? Right? That's the difference between, if we calculate, right, the 10 years is the difference in the actual age of when, you know, when it actually technically ends to when all of the accounts call in. When all of the accounts close out, right? As I said, the people who hold on to the power don't want to release it. And that's where you get the 26,000 years. They're holding on to the very end when they don't have a freaking choice but to let go, right? If you'd have just accepted the end 10 years ago, life would have been much better. Nope. You want to hold on to the very end, make it miserable for all of us because you don't want to get off the stage. You're too happy in your cushy, comfortable house and estate that you built up. It's going to take you a little bit longer to root you out, but yes, you will be going as well. Yep, it's time. It is just time. It takes hundreds, or in some cases, thousands of years for society to be ready to host the various platforms of an element of an age, which makes the age unique from the previous or the following, the next one. All right. So I don't even know what's after the Aquarian Age, and it doesn't matter. But it's 2,000 years away. But you know, whatever. At the point that we're at the end of the Aquarian Age, whatever slush that is, there's a high point to the age and a grade, and then it goes, the Aquarian, the Piscean age wasn't always bad, like, I don't know, I'm sure some parts of it were good, like simple living. I don't know. Um, hasn't always been bad. The feudal system, the feudal lords kept care of the people and all of that. I mean, they cared. They actually cared. They looked at them as important, which is different than now. And that's why now it's all set to go down. There isn't even the pretense, and you can't even say Machiavellian. The Machiavellian attitude was inherent in all of the feudal lords, all of the landlords, and all of that. No, that's not certainly the case. Although it's hard now at this point to make the case otherwise. And any of you who don't know, read Machiavelli, right? So the people want to be, he basically said the people want to be slaves and they want to be servants because they know it's for their good, and by their service, the king rises to his just, or the Lord rises to his justful, rightful place, and blah, 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 whatever. Read Machiavelli. If you don't know, your eyes will certainly be opened in a way. All right, so before the reset points, there was always a harvest of the souls. We're currently at the point of the harvest. We're in the harvest time now, right? It's not going to start soon. It is well at hand now, right? The expression to use is the threshing room floor. Those of you who are familiar with Queen V, right, Lady V, Veronica, she has her channel Holistic Health, right? Um, uh, have heard that expression before. And those of you who are ready with eyes to see and ears to hear will know that expression, the threshing room floor. Okay. That is a very important part to understand of what's happening now is the threshing room. That in order for the things to, like, in order for the Aquarian age to dissolve things properly like it's supposed to, it's time for the reset. Everything has to break down. Whatever wasn't built with care and consideration and courtesy and kindness and a high moral fiber is going to be going to the wayside. And even those things that have a lot of them been corrupted, right? So it's difficult that even things that were at one point originally started out legitimately as altruistic, or in a lot of cases they've been corrupted, right? There's very few true altruistic examples that are out there, right? And this is all part of the age. This is the closing up of all the accounts. Like, this is the worst of the worst at this point here, right? It's according to the prophecy, I guess. I'm not sure if it's a prophecy. Let me think of the word. What's the word I'm looking for? Mahabharata. All right, that's the text. All right. So the description of what this time means. I don't like using the word prophecy. I don't like using that. Right. This is not a prophecy. The Mahabharata explains what the ages of man is, right? And the fall of mankind, as Terence McKenna says, the fall of mankind into history. Right? I think that's a great way to put it. Okay. But when we talk about the narrative of where we are in the greater cycle, this is what we're talking about, the greater cycle of things. Where are we? We're at the closing out of this cycle, which is what we're calling, for the purposes here, the Kali Yuga. Okay. So when I'm talking about the cycle, I'm talking about the Kali Yuga cycle specifically. Okay. Myth, lore, if you want. However, scientifically, there are the resonance points. And we are at a 12,000, we are at the 26,000 year mark, right? Where it's time for the physical reset of the planet. And the planet needs to go through this periodically to refresh, renew, reset herself, right? The planet has to go through this refreshing period where all of the harm that we've done can be, resolved by the planet and in the most catastrophic manner possible, but right, that's how it has to happen. Okay, it's happened before, has happened a bunch of times. This is what the cycle is, and this is why it's important to understand the point that we're at in the narrative of the harvest of the souls, and why it's important to know what is going on in the bigger picture. You live a fine life, if you live a good life, if you consider other people first, if you keep grounded, right? It doesn't matter. Right? It's whatever, doesn't matter. Okay? If you think of others 51% of the time, if you're a good person, if you're decent, you're compassionate, all of these kind of things, good heart to you, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. However, if you are holding on to power, you're holding on to hoarding a bunch of money. If you are one of the people who can make a decision whether or not to take someone's house, and you've taken their house, or if you make the decision, have that decision to take someone's job from them, or you fired them, or whatever, right? Whether or not the person deserved it or not, I'm talking about the people who have the power, who make these decisions that affect the lives and the welfare of other people, and in many cases, a lot of people. This is what we're talking about. The folks who, for their amusement, maybe, for their own sense of self worth, they push others past the breaking point. That's one example, but that's a good enough example because there is plenty enough of that as an example to use. Right? We're talking about not, again, you lead a good life, you keep grounded, keep centered, you do things for other people, you think about other people first, you're a good person, good conversationalist. None of this matters. It's not for you. Okay? You may go, right? You can leave, right? Doesn't mean anything to you. Doesn't matter because you're already doing what you're supposed to, and you don't need to do anything more than that, right? If you just lead a good life as you have saved the world enough. You've done your part, okay? That's not who we're talking about here. I can go into example of the type of people, right? But you're seeing these people. There's just too much media, too many recordings, so many things that can record people's actions that people are able to get away with malev malfeasance, malevolence for long. Okay, and a lot of stuff is coming up, and it's going to court, and people are suing other people over this shit of being abused and like this kind of stuff that should have happened years ago, but like now they're able to do that, and part of it is because the opening up of the Aquarian age, media, you can look at it from the physical things. Yeah, there's a lot of recordings, but it's more than just that. There's the substrate of the age itself that is allowing people to be able to do that. It's not just the recording, it's not just the media, it's not just any physical thing itself. It is the age itself in which we're in that is allowing people to do this on a unprecedented level. So before the reset, back to the text, before these reset points, there's always a harvest. We're currently at the harvest of, it's the harvest of the souls. And if you're a good person, and you act well, you have a good soul, right? Like you're in, right? There's nothing more that needs to be said of that, okay? And only those are ready who have put in the necessary work will be ready for the harvest, right? And the work doesn't have to be difficult. You just think of others first, do well, talk to people, right? It just doesn't take much to be a good person, right? It really doesn't. My job here is to assist people who are ready to move forward at the harvest time, whether they know it's harvest time or not. They may be calling it ascension, doesn't matter. I have incarnated to help those who are ready. And the big question is, who is ready? Right? This reset period, harvest time, is being colloquially being called the ascension. And I don't know, I wouldn't know this otherwise. I don't know, but I am willing to bet that this doesn't get called the ascension every single reset point. Uh, I'm just willing to bet that, you know. People say that this is different because all of society is we're doing this collectively. Well, collectively doesn't mean at the same time, just so you know. Yes, maybe at some point people will get there, but not everyone is going to be ready to make the flip, make the transition to wherever the rest of us are going. All right, and I think I'll get into that in a little bit. Okay. There is some confusion about the Aquarian age, what that means, what it means societally, as well as to the individual. Okay, there is indeed huge confusion as to when we will be moving into the Aquarian age. Okay, and I've had this discussion with people where they've argued with me, or they've at least given me their viewpoint that, well, no, we're not in the Aquarian age yet. That hasn't started yet. And it's like, well, you first off, you don't understand about the overlap of an age starting well before the other one ends. Okay. And that's an important thing for people to realize, that the old age doesn't stop on a dime. It keeps right on trucking. It keeps trying to take as many people out with it as it can, right? It's like a spoiled child, if you will, or someone fixated on a single goal, and that's that finite game of, you know, taking as many of the people with that into bondage. Basically, I don't know how to better put it than that. All right, but taking the souls of the people, the spirits, your inspiration, and capturing and ensnaring it and using it for uh food, if you will. Right, you're like, that is very much a thing that can happen, that the spirit of the person can get captured. Certainly prisons are a place of captured souls, right? You don't need to imagine much more than an actual physical prison that actually physically has captured people, right? Uh, and I'll just leave it at that. An age cannot possibly start on the spot. Like I said, huge locomotive, a semi truck. What big thing do you have? An ocean liner. Try to get it to stop. Right? A jet aircraft. It doesn't matter how big it is. It takes a long time, and the bigger it is, the longer it takes to stop the thing. And an age is a physical thing that has happened. It is happening, right? We're living through it. It's not much more physical than the time frame that you're living in. My God, right? You know, that physically is. Oh, I don't want to use the word magnetizing, but it's polarizing. It's infecting the it's affecting um the action that's happening on it, like a stage, right? You know, there are stages that are grand, that are wonderful, then there's stages that are kind of crummy and, you know, like dangerous, and they're falling apart, and, you know, like, all right, that, you know, like, just, it's a real thing. uh and the age does not, it's a common human failing to think that the Aquarian age is going to magically start someday, like it'll just pick up someday, and then it'll just, like, it's, you know, just pick up and just start and go on the spot without any preparation. This is the most common human failing in this respect. As far as I'm concerned, from what I see, this would be the most common human failing in this regard, right? Of with the general people, those who aren't my people, those who aren't familiar with me, who haven't talked to me, who don't know me, right? Those, the average people, that's who I'm talking about. Facebook, YouTube, whatever, wherever I've contacted them, been in contact, doesn't matter. This is the discussion with people. Unless they know me personally, I've talked to them. It's a very common human misunderstanding that people believe that we are not technically in the Aquarian age yet, that it'll start one day. It's just going to start. Like a button will be pushed, and magically, like everything is going to change. Right? This is common belief with people in this area. This is one of the reasons why I got to talk about this. And we need to explain this. And we need to talk about this. That if you are at all interested in this topic, you need to understand how this actually technically works rather than the imprinted version you've got that just tickles the script, if you will. Like a well rehearsed script that is memorized, right? That's sort of what we're looking at here. The version of this that people are getting, as to explain it, is it's a script, right? Designed to push the buttons, designed to not have you thinking anymore, but just like, oh, in la-di-da land, right? And I call this the Disneyland version for that reason. The when people are coming to this with the belief that it just like a button's going to get pushed and it's just going to like inflate it one day magically, just magically appear, everything will magically appear one day, right? That's the Disneyland version. And that's why it's important for people to understand that it will take quite a long time for the old age to end, right? I mean, the Aquarian age, I mean, if you haven't gotten the impression that we're in it now, it's coming up soon, right? And you will see, well, soon, or everyone will see, everyone will know conclusively, clearly that we ain't Kansas anymore, right? But it's okay, we're still early on in this, and it's okay to keep your eyes closed or, be half asleep, be dopey. It's expected now, right? But soon you're gonna have to wake up, stand on your own 2 feet, shake your, get the blood circulating and stand up and do what's right. Just you will have no choice. Like that's sort of what the Aquarian age is. The way will be provided. You'll see. It's not as difficult. Once you start going down that road, it's not as difficult as you think. But there's fear. There's an inherent latent fear coming into it of what it means, of what you're going to lose, or what you may lose, or all of this. Yeah? And so that's an understanding of why people can be and why they are still half asleep or dopey, or why they're not standing up, they're not doing their part, and right. And so in time, right? And the time's sure it's coming up. You got to know that it's coming up. Sure, soon, right? And that's why we're talking about this. That's why I'm doing this now, and that's why my guides told me you need to do this now because the time's ticking. We're on the clock, honey. Go time's coming up real soon. I'm in go time. That's why I'm doing this, right? I'll just tell you that. Right? All right. So I give the analogy of a relay race, passing the baton, right? There is no, well, it's not a better analogy I can give than that, but there isn't anything in society, whether it's small or big, where it doesn't require a ramp up and a ramp down, right? And some of this is also practice for the main event, I'll even say, right? All the world is a stage and we are merely actors. Yeah, so some of this is getting, some of this is indeed a practice to a build up to the main event. Okay, I'll just say that, right? But I give the example of the baton relay race. It's a great analogy. Passing off the baton. You have one runner. A relay race is multiple runners running the same race. Okay, so you have the baton, which is just looks like a rolling pin. They pass the baton off to the next racer. But the person who's racing with the baton doesn't hand it off and stop. No, you can't do that. No, you have to keep running at the same. You have to match the pace. Both runners have to have the same pace for a little bit until you can hand it off, and then runner one can step out while runner two, the now current runner, blasts off. Okay, and so that's a great analogy. That's a short period of time of a ramp up. Okay, but you understand that the pass off of the baton, that both runners have to match the speed so that you can pass it off easily, and then that other one will take off. Okay, the second one. In all things in motion, there's an overlap period. This is currently the point we're at, is the overlap period. The old age, the Piscean protocol is ending, and it is getting ramped down. The current great year is also, all right, so this is where I explain this. And I I probably should do a video on the Kali Yuga, what that means, and what people have said. Because this isn't my words. I don't know really anything about. I can't read the Mahabharata. I mean, honestly, you know. So I've had to read the transcriptions, translations of the people who have done that. And honestly, the names of the people who've done that, I can't even pronounce the names. Okay, uh, I'm assuming they're either Indian or speaking Sanskrit or whatever, this shit that is translated. Okay. So the translation. So I should do a video because I give you the research that I have. And I've done research on this, and I'll probably do a video on this so you can understand it better yourself from the person who translated it and not from me. Okay. So I know somewhat about this because I've done the research, but I would like to give more from the person who talks about this because it explains more about the ages. Okay. I'm not the one making this up. Okay. I'm a guide. I'm explaining this, but this is all the bigger picture. Okay. And the fact I know the bigger picture is because I have to. Right. You can accept this, all that you can accept this or not. This is take it or leave it stuff. This may not be for you, may not resonate with you. You may not need to know this. You may not need to understand any of this. That's fine. Your life will be fine. Just be a good person and do well for others. And you don't need to know anything more, right? It's that simple. It is that simple. Okay. However, if you're one of the advanced ones and you need to know what's going on, you too need to know what's going on, then I will give you what my guides have given me to understand. And I'll let it be as clear to you as it is to me. All right. So this period of time is the Kali Yuga. So this is the 26,000 year cycle that we're in. According to some translations, it will be ending fully in 2026. Now this date is uh questionable, right? And in the Bible it says no one knows when the end comes. It's going to come like a thief in the night. You won't know. Just be ready all the time. And so that's what I'm telling you, that you don't need to know any of this. Be a good person and you be ready and you'll be ready, right? Just do for other people first before you do for yourself more often than not. Uh and you'll be a good, right? It doesn't matter, right? It'll be fine. Okay? Save food, right? Grow a garden, take care of yourself, right? And, hope that this date will be correct, 2026, right? Because as bad as stuff is now, I couldn't imagine it getting worse than this for much longer, quite honestly, right? The full official end being in 2026. But that date is based on a certain something that happened that I, I can't even tell you what that is, and it's questionable whether or not that thing happened or when it was that thing happened that triggered this, the new age. Okay, the Kali Yuga. Okay, so right, so that is a question. Okay, of whether of that exact date. Okay, right? But let me just say this. Okay, we know clearly enough where we're at now. Okay, and as I've said before, all of the things that are going to be playing out are already taking place now. Okay. More to the point of this, it's like a clock. Everything has to kind of click into place before the next thing can happen. Okay. Well, I've talked about all these returns, alignments, where things coming together, big alignments that have been coming up in the last few years that have just kind of been, resetting things in their own way. Um, so if we're not sure about the 2026 date, okay, that's fine. Okay. Pluto return is 248 years. All right. The Declaration of Independence was signed July 4th, 1776. So 240 years added on to 1776 brings us to 2024. Okay. Pluto return for America comes 2024, or Pluto return on the government. I'll just put it that way. United States of America, put it that way, is in 2024. You don't need to hear this from me to know, to see the way that the United States of America government and the way the leadership is going. this country may not survive to 2024, right? I mean, you just that point is very significant to mark. There's only 2 years between here and now, 2.5 years, whatever. Uh, but as you start seeing it, right, the president that's in the office now, he's not going to be running again, right? There's a lot that's going, and no one's voting. Even if it was, no one would vote for him, right? Either one of them, the president or VP or any of them, right? No one's voting for them. Uh, all the people that were allegedly voted for them, the dead people, the dogs, the twins or people, the corpses that voted, trust me, more people did not vote in this election than any other election ever. And you know that because immediately once in office, voter reform. Why? You got an office, right? Okay. Yeah. Not me. You take it or leave it. Believe it as you see fit. All right. So the Pluto return on the Declaration of Independence is 2024, right? Just that's what I'm marking as the end of the Kali Yuga. Hopefully, I won't be here to see that. This is assumedly the transubstantiation of that declaration, the Declaration of Independence. Right? All the accounts, alignments, and signets, the planets, leaders, the rulers, need to come home. They need to return. All right, so Pluto return, 248 years. And that is, I think, the last one that needs to come calling, I think. More will, like there's still more. You still have, like the asteroid belt and all this kind of shit out there. But I think all the main players will by that point have come in for their accounts, right? There's more alignments, but the returns, the Pluto return is, as far as I know, the last one, right? So everything has to, all the rulers have to come in for their return before the new age can open with the full momentum, right? So the full momentum doesn't come until the return of Pluto. And even then, there's still another 2-year jump, or I'm going to say there's another 2-year jump. Mars return, that should be rough. A Mars return to 2026, right? So the last 2 years, there's already been multiple alignments. Stellum, the stellium. We did. There was like a Jupiter. I'm trying to remember what it was a couple of years ago. There's like a Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus. I forget what the three major players, and then I think Mercury was somewhere in there. So that one was a 750-year stellum. There are other stellums that happen, but that was a major stellum that came in. I'm pretty sure it was 2019, like this toward the end of 2019. There's already been November. It was like November of 2019, if I remember. There's already been multiple alignments, major stellum, which have cashed out, right, certain accounts of the population. So as the returns and the alignments and everything come in, they come direct, and then they take off again. It's a new, like, something is revealed, something comes out, something for every single one of these alignments and the returns, something is revealed that it's like it dominoes to something else. Okay. And that's one of the things we're talking about, that the alignments, as these alignments happen, things come out. Okay. There's already been multiple alignments. All right. So each alignment set, so wherever the grouping of them and where they are, allows us to ratchet up. They were like a ratchet. Like a wench has a ratchet, if you've seen that, into the proper place. So he clicks it into place, and then it stays, and then you pull the arm down and you click it again, and then it stays, right? So this is important. That principle is like what's kind of happening, right? As certain things come in to call, they come in, they cash out, it sets forth another set of circumstances in motion. Okay. And none of these are timelines. Please don't use that phrase with me ever. Heard that phrase enough. Don't ever use timeline. Right? There's no line. Moves in a circle. Boop. Each alignment allows us to ratchet up into the proper place, societally speaking, as each of the outer planets, the outer rulers, reaches a proper direct and return points, another gear is shifted. So there are retrogrades, where the planet appears to be moving backward in its orbit. Okay, and then when that is done, it goes direct. Okay, and then I'm referring to a return as again moving direct, so it moves into that new house, if you will, and thus the populace is moved accordingly. Various institutions and orthodoxies, that's a big mouthful, orthodoxies, need to complete their term. The institutions that have been around the longest, like the banks, will take the longest to break down. And they're the most rooted and entrenched as well. The ones that have gotten the deepest roots in, the deepest, will take the longest to dismantle and break down, which essentially means to reinvent themselves in many cases. There is the diamond light protocol that's being imposed. All institutions need to be able to operate under a different polarity, not a frequency. Please don't use the word frequency when you should be using the word polarity. This has nothing to do with frequency. Examples of such institutions might be the Roman Catholic Church and papalism, rote learning and memorization, education, banking, compound interest, Medicare, medical society. These are all on the slate for review and more, a lot more. The court systems, like all of that. You start seeing defunding the police. This is just a response to just everything getting broken down, everything getting questioned, everything getting looked at and observed and seen for what's in there. Right? This is important to understand that. And people are starting to engage in this behavior and they don't really know why. They just kind of see things. Oh, I want to know, or whatever. And it's all good, I guess. Every institution operating under the Piscean protocol is being reviewed for reset or dismantling or whatever. Possible dissolving of the assets. Not everything needs to go away, yet it's nearly impossible to conceive of any of these institutions sticking around any outside of the Piscean age, right? So once the Piscean age is fully done, right, it has reached the finite point. You couldn't imagine many of these institutions sticking around in the Aquarian age. And you see it around you as these things want to digitize and put sensors and technology and meters on them to survive. Makes it worse, makes it worse, makes it worse. You can't put technology on a rock and get it to dance without busting the rock or busting your head, okay? Or busting something else, put it that way. Not everything needs to go away, but you can't picture it sticking around once the Aquarians are in. For those who may not be familiar, the sign of Pisces is the two fishes facing in opposite directions. One fish is on top, the cover story, and the other one underneath, going the other way, is the truth. It's hard for anyone. Got the flashing lights on. It's hard for anyone to see what's going on in society without understanding all the lies, the duplicity, the cover stories, the conspiracies, etc., as a full portion of the Piscean age. Okay, seems to me that anyone who knows the truth is either basing this on the official cover story, or maybe they're just making it up. Right? Unless they say this is what my guides have said to me, right? I say that, I admit it, right? Who are my guides? Bunch of dead people, all right? All my family, they're all dead, all the spirits. Mr. Scrappy Doo finds me hats, right? My friend and faithful companion, Mr. Scrappy Doo, he's a spirit now, right? He guides me, right? What else are the dead gonna do? They're still here. They have none of them gone to heaven, right? Can't go to heaven at this point. Heaven's not open for a lot of humans. Sorry. That's just how it works. There's going to be a while that you're here in the free will zone of Earth School, but that's all right. You know, once you pass on it to spirit, things get better automatically. It's just automatically better. A lot of the pain is gone. You actually see God, blah, blah, blah. It's just a lot better. Seems to me. All right, I said that. All right, so for myself, I don't know what I don't know what's true. Right? You can tell me, I'll listen. Right? I don't know if it's true, but I'll listen to what you have to say. Right? I do have observations and conclusions based upon guiding principles. Okay. All right. So this is kind of a new section, different section. Hold on. All right. So actually, this is a good section. This is good time to play music. I think maybe I'm at hour 50. Holy crap. All right. So I'm going to play some music. I get a bunch more mix. This is probably a good place to stop, I think, or pause. Right? So hold on. Okay. So I'm going to pause here now, and I think I'm going to make something to eat too. I have some stuff that's kind of ready to go, so I'm going to cook something and play some music. Why not?
So heavenly to me. Ooh, your love's so heavenly. How could this be? 'Cause I can't believe what has been revealed to me. I opened my eyes and to my surprise
haunting me. Today my soul felt a vision that flies free. Oh yeah, oh yeah, 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 yeah.
let's bring it in. Okay, well, who's on? Okay, we're back. The drive to go woke, right? Everyone going woke. Right? What's that about? All right, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about wokeism as the new belief. Hmm. Believe it or not, this is part of the Aquarian Age protocol. Let me put it this way. If part of what happens in the new age based on what happened in the old age, so even when the old age clears their shit off the field, you're still left with the thought patterns and a lot of funky shit that you can't get rid of. You gotta, you can't, it can't get broken down anymore. Literally, it's broken. It's as broken as it's gonna get, and you have to fix it. Right, like this whole thing of wokeism. What is it? Society doesn't get much more broke than woke. Society doesn't get much more broke than woke. I like that. Maybe that'll be the joke for the day. All right, I wrote that down. I'll have to watch the video to remember exactly what I said. It don't get much more broke than woke. All right, so that's where we're at. It's part of the Aquarian Age protocol. People go woke because they can't help it. Right? It's something that happens to them, as I say. It's not simply virtue signaling, although that's part of it, or going woke or social justice warrior or any of the stupid shit, or people acting enlightened. It's none of that. There is definitely a push to market being woke as the newest direction of society. And so you look at all these institutions that are going woke, including the military. Okay. Society seems to organize around marketing and selling, or to sales of the population. Going woke is happening to people due to the occupation in the outskirt, the presence that we're in, the place that we're in the Aquarian Age, right? As things click into place, like there's just this time to do something. Like, oh wow, hey, let's just go woke. Like all of a sudden, it just came up like it's a great idea, when it really isn't. It seems to be happening to them, despite what folks can and cannot understand. So even though a lot of people don't understand we are in the Aquarian Age now, we're heading in full bore. If you want to look at the Aquarian Age, it's starting at just like starting. Okay, well, that'll be in 2 years. Okay, in the meantime, we're ramping up to that. So a lot of, like the military, they're not even remotely interested in the fact we're in the Aquarian Age, but they're going woke, right? You've seen the commercial. Enough of the channels I watch on YouTube showed the military wokeism video where there's a woman, a girl, who talks about her two parents and, like all of this folksy kind of stuff. Like, man, you're the military. You blow shit up. You burn buildings, you burn villages, you bomb shit. You're the military. You're not woke. The military is never woke, except when we're going in the Aquarian Age. Woke is not the same thing as waking up or being awake. Woke really is seen best as a half step or half asleep, being drowsy. Like, when people first wake up and they're groggy, like, oh, I need my coffee. Yeah, that's what woke is. Woke idealism is half baked, put it that way. Dopey is the best way to describe being the woke. They're not exactly sleeping, but they most definitely are not awake. They're not aware. They're not awake. They haven't been illuminated. It's like if you stand in water, you get wet. And some people don't realize that they're standing in water, right? Their shoes are wet, but their socks haven't gotten wet yet. So it's going to take a while for some of these people to realize that they're standing in the Aquarian Age and that they're doing this because they don't know why. And they have no choice but to kind of dismantle
what they're working in. Like the military going woke is a oxymoron. It's like, like jumbo shrimp or something, military intelligence. Like the military is not woke. It's happening to them, whether they like it or not. And what this is it's the first obvious signs that things are breaking down, that there is a problem at the highest level where the military has an identity crisis. The military is going woke. Wow, yeah, that's the end of the end, right? It doesn't. That's the end. That's signaling the end, right? Uh, go woke or go broke is the call these days, and with good reason. Dopey and drowsy, the two uh, the dwarves, the dopey and sleepy, are the best description for the woke folks. The woke folks can stay dopey and drowsy for a long time, bumbling their way around town and just causing all kinds of damage. Karen thing, right? That's wokeism. The single biggest tool and this is what's important to understand. Like, how are they doing this? The single biggest tool that the woke are using, that they have at their disposal, is rhetoric and talking you to death. All right, beating you up with their words. That's how they do this, right? And using it to conceal that which threatens their agenda. All right. So the cancel culture, right? If they don't like it, just let's cancel it, get rid of them, right? Rather than dealing with the problem, let's just cancel them, right? That's wokeism. Seems to me being woke is another cover to discredit the greater society awakening that's happening. Right? Going woke is something that happens to a person. They seem not to be able to help it or properly deal with it. By contrast, awakening requires a conscious effort of the will of the person. A decision needs to be made. In other words, no one accidentally awakens. Awakening, as opposed to being woke, your awakening, basically is getting out of your own way to success. It takes a tremendous amount of work and dedication. There is nothing among humans, with humans, that's automatic. Nothing. Nothing with humans is automatic. Any growth or elevation takes concerted, dedicated focus of a person. There is a tremendous amount, that should be mouth, of built-in inertia to the chemical-based matrix of the physical planetary system of the Earth School. So I've talked about this before. The 93% of your DNA, which is the collective, belongs to the planet, put it that way. The 93% of the physical matrix, the chemical matrix of this planet, rests in your ademu, the chemical body, the physical clay body of your physical person. That is the 93%, your physical makeup, who you are, not your individual decisions, but your place here is held intact through the 93% of the combined genetics of the planet. Right? The junk DNA that they can't find any purpose for, that belongs to the planet. That is the planet. That is you and me and all of us together and the planet, all of this together. Okay. So that, getting out of that, the 93%, to be something different or special, or to make your truly own decision, takes a whole lot of work, a lot of focus, and a lot of dedication. And it's not something you can do overnight or just hit a button and you got it. Our genetic structure of the genes, or the DNA itself, comprises approximately 93% of the collective human experience here in Earth School. Okay? We occupy a physical body, the chemical-based suit of the ademu, which is literally that word ademu is translated to red, ruddy clay. All right? This is the body, the clay body. The ademu is the physical body, which is the clay suit made of the physical stuff of the experience within the planetary sphere. There is no human agency nor human effort that is going to direct or redirect this reset. It is simply time for for all the accounts to come in. The phrase reset is being used by the policymakers and those who have the power, who see what's happening now as a further way to more status quo. Right? Reset is them just imposing a more harsh element of what they've already been doing. Right? That's part of what this reset is to further ways to ensnare and imprison the population. All this, you know, SARS-2 stuff, the COVID stuff, none of this has to do with health of a person, of an individual, or you would let us actually do things that are healthy, like go to the beach and socialize with people. But this is not, right? This is one of the defining marks of this, of the entry into the Aquarian age. This pestilence, this plague, is one of the things that is the doorway, the portal to the Aquarian age. Like it's them holding up the doorway at gunpoint. Right? Basically, that's the best scenario my guides have given me. The promised land, if you will, the place that we're all heading, that we all are going to be heading, is being hijacked and held up by gunpoint, literally gunpoint or knife point or threat of prison to the people who are working to go through that doorway. Those who are in the seats of power are not looking to lose that place, lose that place. Yet for what it takes to get there, to stay in power, there's a lot of shady, sketchy business that has to take place. And eventually that will all come to light. And the people who've done that will have to pay the cost for that, right? Buying time, like I said, it's at the end of it, and maybe you can buy some time, but what's it going to cost you? So in order to get that extra time of the power, in the light, a lot of shady shit has to be done behind the scenes, and eventually it's going to come out. It's time. It's just time. Okay. Yeah. And I think this is a good place to pause for music, I think. Then I can kind of go on with this next part here. But yeah, like this is all coming to an end, and you can choose to accept it or not. All right. So let's play some music. Mix.
Long live the king.
Yeah.
this is a really good mix, I have to say. This is a really, really good mix. I'm pretty sure I haven't played this before. We're back. Oh, I gotta stop. Like I said, I wish some videos I could just play the whole thing through and just have, some things you can watch and maybe someday. Okay, back to the text. All right, what is my part in this mission? Okay, talked a little bit about the mission, right? Gone on, kind of rambled on. What is my part in the mission? I'm a technician, explorer. I'm a fix-it guy, right? From the earliest days of me reading were me reading service manuals on how to fix things in my mother's house, so I, for example, wouldn't have to wash the laundry by hand. Learn how the washing machine works, fix it, and you won't have to wash your hands by machine. You won't have to wash your you won't have to wash your clothes by hand. You can wash them by machine. The days of fixing things are gone. That's one of the things of the Piscean age that's fully going away, is the ability to fix stuff, which I miss immensely. I'm pretty sure that I was a technician, explorer, and pioneer before incarnation here into Earth. By intention, by design, by plan, by free will, I made a decision to incarnate here into the Earth School, to take on a contract, to sign a contract, to do a mission here on Earth. And that's essentially to assist with the work necessary at this time. I know what my part is in this mission because I have asked. I've asked my guides, and because I need to know, they've told me. Who or what are my guides? Essentially, it's all those who have ever gone before me who are now living in spirit. It's a lot of my family, my friends, my crew members from back home who didn't incarnate, who are still in spirit form. That includes Mr. Scrappy, my friend and faithful companion, Mr. Scrappy 2, who was with me until 2011, and he was my friend and faithful companion, and he was my pet. And so he guides me. He's one of my guides, and he helps me find things. He's a basset. Bassets help you find things, okay, like all good hounds do. Earth School, and this may or may not come as a surprise to some people. If it does come as news, I hope it comes as good news to you. Earth School is in a solar system at the outskirts of the galaxy. We literally are all alone out here on the outskirts of the galaxy. That's why it feels like we're all alone, because literally we are out in the middle of nowhere, way, 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 way in the arms of the galaxy. It's not even like the central part. We're on the far outstretch of the galaxy, and it takes a long time for anything else to get here, coming by conventional means, which would be like a spaceship or some, physical thing. To go the long way, light travel, as fast as the speed of light, it's still kind of in a linear fashion. You haven't warped anything, you haven't, kind of wrinkled anything, time, space, you haven't, gone through any portals or any of that, but just going really fast at light speed takes a long time to get anywhere in this galaxy. Just put it that way. It's big. The rest of the galaxy's big, Even from here to the sun is millions of miles away. That's pretty damn far. Relative to the size of a human, I mean, for God's sakes. That you, dear listener, may feel that we are all alone here does not compel me to hold the same view. It takes only a tiny bit of meaning to negate meaninglessness and pointlessness. It only takes a tiny bit of meaning in a conversation to negate meaninglessness. Once you've made sense, once you've made a logical sense in a conversation, once you've introduced a little bit of meaning into a conversation, you can't say this is all meaningless, right? Because it takes a lot of meaning for you to make the logical sense necessary to make the claim that we're all alone here. Right? You can say, oh, we're all alone here. And my response to you could be, ooga booga booga, right? Yeah, that's right. No, you've made sense. In order for me to listen and comprehend what you're saying, a great amount of meaning has to be understood. the meaning of meaning is, the meaning of meaningless, right? And we debate these back and forth till we're blue in the face and never get anywhere, using a whole lot of meaning, or what is attempted at meaning, to express meaninglessness. Right? That's more of the swamp of humanity that will be going. The incredible amount of meaning used to express meaninglessness. So I am not necessarily holding on to the view that we're all alone and meaningless, and that it is meaningless and pointless here. We are far off the beaten path, right? We're not alone out here. We're just way far off the beaten path of the galaxy. Not everyone is ready to move on, right? Not all the humans here are ready to move on. They may not be by the time the harvest comes. Most folks don't realize it's that time, that this is the last final act, the final hurrah before the reset. And a lot of people don't know what the reset really means, other than those in charge are going to do more of what they've been doing to you already. Right? Take everything, right? That's kind of what the idea behind the reset here for humans is, that you take everything and leave you as slaves, and, you know, and we're going to live underground and party it up, right? You see the movies. There's enough movies, primetime movies at the theater out there showing you the plan in action for the humans. Right? A number of different ways, but they're showing you what the reset for humans actually truly means. Right? It's not up for me nor anyone else to make or get ready for you for transition, to get anyone else ready. Okay, the person, him or herself, needs to be at the point of being ready. Okay, and then we ask who or when, not who, but when is a person ready? When is that person ready? The person, needs to have done the work, or there is no growth, or movement, or traction. Nothing with humans is automatic, especially growth of the type to allow one the ability to transition. Or what we're talking about here is not automatic. Right? There is a definite work that comes, that involves in the person's transition of the type that I'm speaking of here. And what's this transition? Okay, good question. I'm guessing or believing, all right, this is just kind of what I've pieced together here. I'm not exactly certain, okay, but just going by what I've gone by with the rhetoric of the house into house, I'm guessing that what I'm calling the transition, many folks are referring to as the event, all right? The only difference is that the majority of folks are clueless. A lot of people, most people, not everyone. There's a few people I have on my, message, that understand what's going on. They have a picture, and fine enough picture of what's going on. We've explained, as we talk about it, they have people with a fine enough view of what we're talking about. Okay. And I give them little clues here and there, technical stuff, and that's all good. But the majority of people, the 93% of the population, right, are fairly clueless over what the event means, and it's not their fault, right? They're lied to, right? It's not their fault that they've not been told the truth by the people who are actively hiding it from them. You can't blame the people who are being lied to, right? It's difficult here to understand the difference in a nuance or shade of meaning, especially when I say, "Oh, why are you making a big deal about the words?" Because you're hiding the truth in the fucking fine print of the words. That's why. Because you're just being a shithead over the words is why. That's fucking why. Why else? Why would you make a big deal over the fucking words if they didn't matter? Right? That's why. Because they do matter. And you hiding the truth in the confoundance and the confounding of the language is more of the problem that will be going away, needs to go away, will be going away. Confounding people with the words needs to go. And it will once people start talking in their original tongue. Once we get our language back, things will be better. I'll just put it to you that way. So the only difference is, like I said, a lot of people don't know what that means, and you can't blame them, right? People awaken at the level they awaken at. And if you've been here, it only takes one lifetime here to forget what you did before you were here, right? And each lifetime is a successive digging deeper of the rut away from your original nature, right? When you sleep, you may or may not have your original nature back, okay? Depending on how well you sleep, okay? After you pass on, you may get your original nature back, but we keep ourselves locked down, imprisoned, uh, all these things we do to ourselves, do to other people, to suppress them, to suppress that your original nature of who and what you were before you came here. And it's a common enough thing with humans to say, oh, there wasn't anything else. We're all alone. There's nothing else. When it's just like, oh, I don't see anything. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see anything here, right? I have nothing to see here. Right? That's what the majority of humans is. The human experience is you can hide behind things with your rhetoric, with your talking, with words. Very simply, you can be a shithead with your words, and that's has been the status quo, de rigueur, as they say, boilerplate. Right? That's just the standard operation procedure for living here, at least in the Piscean age. Right? Just the worst before the worst before the end. So the majority of folks don't know what this event is, what it means. There's a lot of, if you go online and you start looking and typing in with the people who have this discussion, what is the event? People don't know. No one knows. It's just a phrase that's used. It's just rhetoric. There's not a thing. It's not something that is going to happen, right? It's just rhetoric. Okay? Because if you don't know what you're working for, how do you know when you got it? I'll just ask you that, right? You don't know what your goal is, you don't know what you're working for, what are you doing? If you don't know what your goal is, what are you working toward? What are you working for? Do you have that goal in mind, or are you just wasting time, flopping around like a fish on the shoreline because you lost your way, you lost your bearings? I don't know, but it's something that you need to take under consideration of what am I doing here, right? Am I just hanging out, like waiting for the end to come, or am I being useful and productive and constructive in some other oriented activity? Question mark. But we start venturing into ascension land to understand what the event refers to in our mind and all of these, and it becomes a murky discussion because people just don't know what it is. They don't know what the goal, they don't know what the intention is, they don't know where we're going. There's this magic quality to we're going to 5D, la la land. I just magically someday we're just going to get there. We're just going to magically somehow arrive. It'll just come. It'll come to me. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to work. Right? It'll just happen to me. Right? That's more of the common theme that's happening. Right? And as I said, that's wokeism. Wokeism is what's happening to people. Right? And they're going off on this ridiculous, disgusting areas that are just turd laden. And you can see how much more of the swamp, right? It's just realizing and bringing more of the swamp with you. Right? I don't know how to better put it. That's what being woke is increasing the area of the swamp and the stench of the swamp. Why I know what I know is because I need to know it. More importantly, it's because it's part of the mission. If I need it, I need to know it, right? If I have some work that is part of it, I need to know. You got to tell me what I need to do because I don't know anything. I don't have any plans here. I have no intentions of anything. I have no empires to build. I don't want anything here. I don't want anything. I don't even want a van. I don't want anything. Just let's finish the mission and be done with this. That's what I want. I want to go home. Okay? So, people want to see me. They like me. I don't know why. I got a charm. There's some quality. I have some answers. Whatever it is. I don't know. I don't care. But people want to talk to me. And there is something going on. There is a plan here. There is a mission. So I need to ask, so that I am ready, I am prepared for this. What is the mission? You need to tell me, because I of myself don't know, and I have no plans. I have no anything I want to do other than finish the mission. So, in order to be here, please help me, guide me. I ask my guides to guide me so I know what's happening. So, they tell me what I need to know. They tell me everything I need to know because I've asked, but because I need to know. Right? And why do I need to know? Because it's that time and you do as well. So whatever I've been told is not for me to hold on to. I need to share it with you. And that's why I'm doing this. That's why it's important. Right? It's part of the mission. Right? I ask my guides to open my eyes. Please tell me what I need to know. And I ask this of yours as well, that you will have the sight that you need and you will have the hearing to be able to hear what is important. Right? I know what I know because I need to know it. This is the mission, to be fully understanding of all of these mysteries and the bizarre shit that's happening that are baffling the long-term residents of Earth School. Okay, so this is an important question. What is this transition, right? I'm not having a sex change operation. I'm not, I use the analogy of uh, a butterfly, right? I like the analogy of a butterfly because that allows me to kind of explain to you the picture in mind of what kind of a transition we're talking about. Right? And as we move forward, we need pictures, right? Images, illustrations, analogs, some type of picture, right? This is what's extremely important here moving forward, is that we're not dealing with rhetoric and the headspace of, the visible headspace of the imagination of, oh, I believe it's this or whatever, a picture. So we all can kind of see, and we all have the similar picture of what we're talking about, right? Even if it's just a picture that I've gotten online somewhere or a picture I drew up and in the paint program, it's important for people to understand what the, the analogy, what the analog is, okay? And that's why I do this. I go into detail about this. I try and keep it in common language without the rhetoric, without having to, depend on your imagination to conjure up what you need to, right? In order for me to make this clear, I need to present the pictures that of the process that I need to, so you can understand this. All right. All right. So I'm this all right, the transition. What is this transition? All right. This is the substantiation or transmutation, transubstantiation. There's a lot. It's complicated. Transmogrification. The words to explain this are multi-syllable words, and it's difficult to explain it in English. But the butterfly analogy is the best one I can. Right, where it is the caterpillar is subsumed. It's not consumed. It's subsumed into the form of the butterfly. So the caterpillar like becomes the butterfly, right? It's changed. It's uh subsumed. Consume something is me eating something, right? Subsumed is me being absolved, not absolved, me being absorbed into the new thing. The body becomes subsumed or consumed. I'm using these two, they're not the same, but I'm using them in words that you can understand. Most people, you wouldn't understand subsume, but if I say consume, like, all right, you understand it. By the living light of pure consciousness and awareness, which emanates from prime source itself, herself, himself, itself. Light of its nature is intelligent. Much of what we see is reflected light, which marries or attaches itself to electronically those things which it reflects from. A color of light is a wavelength aligned. It's a wavelength which is, how do I say this? It's not just a wavelength. What happens is the full spectrum of light hit the thing, bounce off of it at a certain frequency based on the materials are there. It's not just a dumb reflection that the light takes part of the thing that's there. It attaches itself to the element, attaches itself to the glass, attaches itself to the whatever, and reflects forth that part of that material to you. So you're getting some of the, on reflected light, you're getting some of the element itself as it casts its reflection. And that's important to understand. That's why you bathe yourself in certain color lights and it changes your mood and all of this kind of stuff, because it's taking part of the thing, red being ruby, blue being cobalt, whatever. You send red light through, you send light through a ruby and it's red, right? It just blocks off the other stuff and you have ruby essence that's being cast to you from that. Right? Light is intelligent of its own accord. It's important to understand that. Light by itself is intelligent, okay? The reflecting light, even though it's a passive form, it still is intelligent. It's of a wave of form. It's the color red, right? You understand that. Even if it's at its most basic element, you understand the organization of light based on its frequency or the color of it, okay? And that's not universal. The color is not inherent in the thing itself, okay? There's lots of elements that are at play, and the light absorbs some of them, takes some of them with them, but there's more to it that you may not also see as well. You may just see the main part and not the subharmonics of the color under it. The soul or the spirit is of light information. DNA is held together by light information. Like the energy, the spark of life that holds together your DNA, that is light information. Matter is, of its core, energy and light information, which is condensed, solidified, and materialized through an exertion of the will of the individual observer. As one convinces another into the perception of the perceived form, for example, that the efficacy of the jab, for example, you talk people into it, the material world is thusly birthed. As you convince people that what you see is true, you form the material world, in other words. Okay? In agreement of the two, there am I in the midst. Okay, and it can also work in the reverse capacity where matter and materializations are returned into light information. The material body, or the Ademu, is created by the constituent elements of the planetary sphere. Large parts of this is constituted through liquid water and the amazing element that water is in its varying form. The human body is the microcosm of the planet and of the universe, and water, H2O, is one of the most simplest elements we have on this planet. For the record, in case you didn't know. Oh, the human body is the microcosm of the universe, and this is like kind of esoteric philosophy, I guess, where we talk about the human body itself as you are the microcosm, right? Everything that's in you is outside in the rest of the universe. That's the galaxy, and if you can get in touch with those elements of you, you can get in touch with the rest of the galaxy, or back home, if you will, or to prime source creator. All right. Through concerted focus and determination, the exertion of the will, enacted upon the material form, it can act as to free the matter energy back into light information. So through kind of quickening up your vibrations and speeding up the intention of your cells, in essence, you can change that to light information. Okay, you can change the matter into light or energy, pure energy. Through the dedicated work of an individual, me, for example, the person's material form becomes transsumed or transubstantiated into light information. This is not reflected light, which bounces off of a physical form. This is the existence as intelligent, coherent light. There is no physical form to have to move about. You don't have like a, the body, the clay form. You don't have to move through geolocation to geolocation, so point to point on the earth, right? In this existence as pure, unreflected light information, it gets assembled into the appearance of a form without the actual physical thing occupying physical space. This is a difficult thing to explain to people, that light can exist as its own thing without being reflected from somewhere or having some other source that you can physically see. Right? Like a candle would burn a light. So if you don't see anything burning, where is the light coming from? So that's one of the things that is the plan going forward, is that your material form gets transsumed or subsumed like a caterpillar or a moth, whatever. Right? Yet, upon closer inspection, you can feel the warmth and the emotion behind the form. So, the light itself has a warmth to it. You can feel that light, right? It's not cold. It's not the electric side. This is the magnetic side of warmth, right? And the emotion behind the form. That formless form of light, of intelligent light, self-sustaining intelligent light of itself. If you can picture this, okay, it has a warmth, it has emotional content. There is something there to it. The logical content of the brain, the smallest part of you, goes away, right? You are now not anymore logical, nor are you operating in ego, right? Clearly, as the feelings and emotion would have it, right? You're sensing this. The intelligent light form exists because it's real. It actually exists. It is a real thing. You feel it, you know it, you might be able to get burned by it. I don't know, right? But the light exists autonomously. I think that might be the word. Logically, however, the form holds no form, therefore exists not. The thing you see in front of you that you can feel does not logically exist. You can put your hand through it, right? There's not anything solid behind it, yet it exists, right? And that is the event. That's what I am proposing to you, is this event, all right? And this is from I guess I'll call it the esoteric point, right? The advanced class. Essentially, this would be the onset point where all of your logical, accepted reality scoots out the window, replaced by the frightening concept that everything you've ever known is, if not a complete lie, it's all fully half a lie or half a truth at the best. So even if it's not a full lie, you're starting to realize that everything that you've ever known is half truth at best. Most of it's not even a full half. Everything assumedly solid is no more. Whatever you've understood as being real and actual and solid, and you can nail it on a wall. Bye-bye, right? Anything and everything your sanity is based on, everything true and correct and proper, all gone. Bye-bye, right? End. That cheery note? Congratulations. Welcome to the Aquarian Protocol. All right, let's play some music on that cheery note.
for so long. You found that precious thing. You found the only thing. Now take a step and know it's time to live.
Okay, let's bring it back.
All right. How are you?
Okay, we're back. All right. Okay, so this is a long ass writing. This was good. I didn't realize it was this long coming into it. You know, I figured a couple hours, like, all right, I'm like 2/3 of the way through this. All right. So, however, but you know, it's time. There's a lot here, and I do these videos so I can expand on what's here. I give you the written stuff, but these videos, when I do these like ebook, vbook kind of thing, are to read through the written text. This is one of those like I say ebook kind of things where you can, you know, you watch it once, you see it's just me, and you see the material is not really much. There are no visual aids. It's just the written work. So you can, you know, you look through once and you've seen it, right? And, you know, I do these so people can play them in the background and as they're doing whatever stuff, right? You know, and you can have fun with me while you're doing your laundry or your washing or, you know, whatever. And now I'm smiling and keeping you in my heart that I can, you know, be here with you during these hard, difficult tasks and time and the chores that you got to do. All right, so onward and upward. All right. The frequency is fixed. And this is something that that's kind of why I took a break point here so that I can kind of explain this. Um, I've said this before. The Schumann resonance it's a resonant frequency. It's not going up, right? The fundamental frequencies of the light bouncing around the planet, that frequency, the fundamental frequency is 8 hertz. That's the time, 8 seconds, right? Or 1/8 of a second is what it takes light to bounce around the planet. Okay, so light, the fundamental frequency of the waveguide is 8 hertz. Okay, 8 hertz. Schumann resonance frequency is 7.8. Okay, that is the resonance, that is not the fundamental frequency. Okay. The fundamental frequency is only ever going to go up to 8. Okay, like it's important to understand that these are constraints on the frequencies. Okay, so they're not going to be moving, they're not substantially moving higher, right? There are physical constraints, densities that are at play that hold these things intact, and well, it is they should. You don't want the Schumann resonances rising because you'll go crazy. You won't know what to do with that. Okay. The excess amplitude and excess voltage in the environment, that's bad enough. All right, but the frequency is fixed. Frequency is neither positive nor negative. Frequency is both positive and negative. Neither negative nor positive is a frequency, nor can it be, nor is it ever a quality of frequency. It's just numbers. There's no positive frequency, there's no negative frequency, none of that exists. Negative and positive are polarities relative to frequency. They can be other, you know, negative and positive are relative terms and they mean other things, but relative to frequency, positive and negative is a direction, not a direction or a vector. It's not a destination. Earth's frequency is not increasing, right? I mean, Earth's frequency is like 6,000 years, right? That's the frequency. But relative to the Schumann resonances, Earth's frequency is not increasing. It's not rising, all right? Literally, that would be impossible due to all of the water. Earth has no inherent frequency to start with. The Schumann resonances are not showing Earth's frequency nor her heartbeat, which is rising. Okay? Amplitude bursts are not showing a rising resonance. Amplitude bursts are voltage measured by decibels, and they're not a frequency. Okay, so when a lot of people in the ascension age talk about a positive frequency, that's another oxymoron. Frequency is a wave up and down. Okay, and frequency doesn't stay a fixed frequency. It moves up, it moves down, and there are frequency numbers. There's a range of frequencies. Even the Schumann resonance, the primary, operate at a operate within a range of frequencies, okay? But it's not going outside of that range, okay? And it's statistically fixed at 7.8 on average, okay? And it'll always bop back to that number because that's the difference between the fundamental frequencies, okay? It is going to always gravitate toward that frequency, right? That stable point. As a general guiding principle, amplitude is the vertical conductivity channel, which is not a rising frequency function. Voltage bursts are not indicative of rising Schumann resonances. Most of what's happening now in society, especially the ringing in the ears, has little to nothing to do with Schumann resonances, which are, again, stable. They're statistically stable, and they are going to remain so. As the rest of the time we have Schumann resonances, they're going to be at that frequency because it is a physical constraint of the environment. Right? So unless Earth gets bigger or smaller or something like that or whatever, the frequency, the foundational frequency of the Schumann resonances is 7.8, right? And this has any changing number has a lot more to do with the condition of the weakening magnetic field or other attendant conditions associated with the imminent swap of the poles, the magnetic poles. Okay? It's one of the things that people need to understand. Global warming and climate change are code words for pole shift, essentially. There's others but that's the two. They don't use global warming anymore. It's all climate changes. But they underneath it, they really mean global warming. Okay, more of the Piscean cover story. The top fish. All right. Better to demonize. And this is the philosophy behind this. Better to demonize and vilify the people as the cause of what's happening, rather than to be honest and tell them to prepare for the worst or to prepare for what's coming, right? And they know it's coming. They're building underground military bunkers, right? Like in the 80s, stuff was made so you can't fix it anymore, right? That's what happened. Mid 80s, right? It went to planned obsolescence, which means parts of it are going to fail and you'll have to buy a new thing, right? The part that fails may be able to be replaced, may not be, but once the part breaks, you really got to get a new one. So it's easier to vilify the people rather than to be honest with them and prepare them for the worst. But they know the people they're building underground military bunkers, they know, right? And that's why shit was made so it wouldn't be fixed or not fixable and just throw away, right? Because that's how the people in charge are viewing this. They just take all the resources we can and just throw away the people and what's left because they can't help us, right? Sort of what it looks like to me. They know what's happening, and those in the halls of power, yet, in Piscean fashion, are causing you to look the other way and use the phrases liberals and all sorts of labels. Funny how liberal sounds a lot like label. To direct, label, liberal, liable, libel, to direct, control, and channel the thinking patterns of the average populace, right? And I just did that with the words real quick. There's thousands, it's countless how much of this you realize, real lies, right? This is all Piscean shit, the confounding of the language. Oh, yeah, wow, there's some great truth there. No, man, you just confounded more of the shit, right? You just compounded and confounded more crap, right? The language is crap. You using it to be clever, more crap. Right? Part of the job here, on that cheery note, part of the job here is to help folks make their way through the maze of lies, deceits, and actual real-life conspiracies, etc., which have been built up like a labyrinth to control, enslave, and to ensnare the population. Literally, as I see it, it will have to take someone from elsewhere, wherever that is, to help the folks here to settle through what's what and the truth from the spilch. I have nothing to sell. What's my interest in this? I have nothing to sell. It's for you, free to do as you see fit. It's just take it or leave it kind of stuff. But not everyone's going to chill and vibe with what I'm saying. Not everyone is ready. I'm not getting anyone ready. You have to realize for yourself whether or not you are ready or any of that, right? And again, this is all through will. This is all through conscious intention. You have to want it. You have to want to move forward, right? No one's you're not spiritually growing. You may physically grow as part of the 93% of the planet, the plan of the planet itself, right? You growing, you being able to physically grow, right, up to a point, right? But then at a certain point, you don't grow anymore. You start kind of devolving. You start sort of getting old, right? You grow, then you hit kind of midlife, and then you start getting old, right? And that's the seems to be the pathway for humans, right? Has it always been this way? I don't know, but it is this way now, right? And so I don't have anything to sell you. I just have this for you. Take it or leave it as it's provided by my guides. I know this, so I have to make it free and available for you, those who are ready. Not everyone's ready, okay? But if it's for me to know, then you as well need to know it too, okay? And one of my guides is Prime Source. I have a vision, a picture of the intelligent light that I'm talking about, right? Without a form. And it's essentially an orb. It's an orb, in other words. The avatar, I put it this way to people, the avatar of Prime Source Creator, the personality form of God, is a ball of loving light. Okay? That formlessness is the most soothing, relaxing, reassuring thing in all of the universe to me. The name, which can be uttered, is not the proper name. The correct name is no name. There is only the one as manifested in all of the infinite forms taken by his, her, or its loving self. And if you are one of those people that believe that Jehovah is God, Jehovah himself will tell you the name which can be uttered is not the name. If your God is Jehovah or Jesus or Jehoshaphat, or Yahweh, or Yahuwah, or Yahweh, or Yahweh, or any way at all, that avatar will tell you the name which can be uttered. My name is not the true name. There is no name you can say because Prime Source has no name. Any name you can give it would not be the correct name. Whether you're calling it Jesus, whether you're calling it God in the most general sense, none of them are the correct name because there is no name that would ever be correct for a nameless, formless thing. Just simply put, okay? I've had this discussion with someone, oh, I believe it's Jehovah, that's fine. Yeah, even your God, Jehovah, will still tell you there is no other God other than the nameless, faceless one, which isn't a personality in any way, shape, or form. It's a force, right? The real true God is not a personality. It has no name, it has no form, it has no shape. It is the all. It is source. It is the beginning and the end. That's it. There isn't anything. Personality comes when you start getting closer to an individual form, like humans. Humans need a personality. Humans couldn't in any way comprehend God, right? You need a personality of God. You need a form, you need some shape, you need a name, you need something to latch into. Otherwise, it's formless and you'll kill people because they have a different idea of the formlessness than you, right? That's why it's important for humans to nail shit down logically with this so that they're not violent. They're calm with their understanding in what they understand. right? That's the majority of the reason why you give the humans a personality god is because they can identify with that. Otherwise, they'll just kill their idols. One can imagine a way, right, easily. And here in human form, you can imagine away, you can talk away, you can rhetoric away a creator. And Earth School allows one to exist in that type of a meaninglessness, that type of a pointlessness where there is no God, right? You can still exist, you can still eat food, you can still go to work, right? You can still be a servant easily enough. You can still give into the machinery of society without an understanding of God, right? You don't need to know anything more greater than this to just be a servant, to just be a slave. That's fine. That's why God was taken out of the picture so people would have the meaninglessness to just be good, docile servants. Okay. Any greater purpose than this, any greater mission, anything worthwhile with the humans, gone, bye bye, right? No, that's all gone. The meaninglessness and the pointlessness of human existence here on Earth precludes the ability to understand a creator, a prime source, a divine purpose to any of this, right? Because with there being a greater purpose to this, you no longer are a slave. You no longer are an indentured servant. You're no longer a cog in the system. You have some reason to be here, assumedly, allegedly. Earth is the only place, my guides tell me, they explain to me, Earth is the only place where a soul can experience the lack of God or godlessness. Elsewhere, this does not exist. Elsewhere, you do not lose your memories. Elsewhere, you do not lose your mind. Elsewhere, you do not float meaninglessly and endlessly in a swamp where your life force is drained systematically by people who are trying to keep you as servants, right? Beings, negatively aligned beings trying to keep you in service to the cog, the machine, right? The AI, if you will. Elsewhere, and I will say this to you from what I understand, elsewhere, self possessed races like the Draconians and other cold blooded ones understand there's a divine mandate, right? There are limits. And in only certain places, like the free will zone of Earth, would it be able to be exploited like the Earth sphere, right? So there's only certain places. Oh, in only certain places is a free will zone able to be exploited, right? So you can have a free will zone that's not necessarily exploited by the negative ones. I'm not sure how that works, but you have the ability, there is the ability, it is not necessarily a built-in, how do I say it? Earth is alone way out here in the middle of nowhere, right? It's not really protected by the consortium of intelligent races, okay? So way out here in the outskirts is allowed to be an outpost, an enclave for this experiment, a true free will experiment where you start with nothing. Right? No memories, no nothing, no nothing. You're born a blank slate, right, through the veil. Okay? So, that veil of you foregoing your memories, right? That's part of the agreement here, as I don't have my memories, I don't have my skills, I don't have any of that stuff that made me special elsewhere, right? I got to come here and be a maggot in the maggot form, in the pupal form, the caterpillar form, right? Of this, of this body, right? The clay body. All right. And so that's where a lot of the fuckery is allowed to breed. It's allowed to be contained in the form, the clay form, because of the veil. Right? We don't know any better. You don't see any better. And as people around you form your reality for you and you give into that, you agree with it, right? That just becomes the de rigueur uh, life here, right? The meaninglessness of being a cog in the machine. Okay. Elsewheres, even the darkest entities all have a code of conduct or certain principles they adhere to. Right? Believe this or not. Even His Grace, the Dark Lord, as you may call him Satan, has his obligations and constraints. right? Lucifer, the Dark Lord, right? Araman, all of them. They have their constraints, and they could not do elsewhere what they do here. And hell is not as universal as a thing. It's not as end of there is the opposite of prime source, the opposite of the all is not hell. Okay, I'll just say that. Hell is a little enclave here. In the Earth school, hell is related to Earth, right? There isn't a greater hell outside of this, right? I just so you know, so there's no confusing. Hell is not a place you go after you leave Earth. Hell is part of the Earth school. It's very much, as you were held prisoner in this life, where you're able to make free will decisions out of that. If you don't make free will decisions out of that, you're going to the place of greater confinement, right? If you haven't done anything to think out of it, to realize it, no, this is just it, this is only it, where do you think you're going, right? Where else, what else is there, right? If you're only thinking this is it, after you pass on, where else would you think you're going, right? If you're a horrible person and you're just a shit because you think this is it and nothing really matters, who cares, right? It's what you got, right? That's hell. That state of living as a complete and total turd where you just fuck everyone over and you just are just a total shit. No, you are making your own hell, right? There isn't anything greater than that. You have created your own punishment, right? God can't take you back. None of this. They can't take you in heaven. Your resonances are just too low. You haven't accepted that there's something else. You can't see it. You don't want to see it. It's here for you to see. If you can't see it here in this form, you're not ever going to see it. Right? You can't have some greater reality if you've chosen to close your eyes to it. I don't know what to tell you other than that. That's as true as it's ever going to get. Right? And more to the point, it is a bitter, difficult pill for the most human of the humans to swallow that they are the evil. You may not otherwise believe that there's evil, but there are people that embody evil. There are people that act as the evil. And they may even tell you this. I am the most evil of the son of a bitch. They'll just tell you I'm just a shit, right? And they'll let you know that they are the evil. They may not use the word evil, but they act that way as if there isn't any greater consequence to what they do. They act in a way without conscience or without concern of the care of others, or maybe, just even remotely caring about other people's feelings or any of that, not operating through any guiding principles or any of that. And their main goal is to exploit the they have no guiding principles except for the exploitation of the most vile of the demonic sort, which is allowed to fester in this realm. Right? There are those in which that is their primary aim, that they are living out the evil. Right? They're doing the evil, right? And I've talked about this. For example, you don't have to, but you're going to take someone's home because you think you can get more money for it. Or you'll take someone's home and evict them, and that home is now empty, right? And all the people get kicked out of their homes, and the home is then empty, and it starts getting decaying, and it's not useful for anyone. The banks don't take care of it, right? This is all the evil, right? When given a chance in the free will zone, where people have no greater principle to this, that is how they act in many cases, right? Elsewheres, they would be returned, these beings for doing this would be returned to source for resumption back into the all, so they may receive the healing that they need. Right? And let me make an important note. Important to note. Draconians are not demons or devils, okay? And nor are they necessarily so. And I'm just saying this as a disclaimer, okay? There are lower demonic astral realms of lost and subverted souls who are given over to having to serve out a sentence for the dark forces because of indentured servitude, as payment back for contracts here in the physical clay-based reality, which is what we call 3D. All right. So, because people have, of their own free will, made contracts with dark entities here of their own free will, because they want to be rich, they want to be famous, they wanted to have a, you know, whatever reasons, right? Rich and famous tend to be the most common ones, but oh, I want someone to love me or whatever it is, whatever the reason that they made the contract, there will come a time where you will have to pay that contract back, right? It's that simple. Whatever you've indentured yourself to in this lifetime, whatever you've given your energy and your time to in this lifetime, you will be caused to pay that back in the next lifetime, right? Or give back or whatever, right? But if you've only done dirt for people, you're going to have to pay back something. There is indeed a realm of hell that exists for those who have sold their soul, which is more of a trade. You can't sell something that's not yours, okay? But it's a trade, all right? Your soul is not yours. Your spirit is not yours. However, if of your free will you've chosen to give away your free will and you've become a servant for the dark forces, yeah, you've traded. You haven't sold anything, right? God, eventually you're going back to source and God will heal that. But in the meantime, there's a lot of pain that gets negotiated out. It gets uh, reassembled, recycled, I don't even know what the word is, but it a lot of pain, hurt, uh, gets redistributed through having to work off the contracts that people made. Some folks made deals with the surrogates of the devil, and the workers of the devil. It wasn't even the big guy himself, and as a result, will need to pay the ferryman. So at some point, the tax man comes calling. Don't pay the ferryman. Don't even fix a price until he gets you to the other side. Okay. Many, and I was born in the late 60s. All right, so I heard stories growing up of the musicians, 27 Club, the 26 Club. A lot of musicians died, right, through drug use, drinking drugs, all manner of chemical bondage and Passover in that form. So as you were lost, you were in a messed up state, literally out of your mind. Something happened where you're dead. You don't know any better. You wouldn't know enough any better than to wake up out of that. It would seem like a dream, something, maybe there would be healing for you, but you need to accept that there's healing. And it's difficult to do that in the place of containment and confinement, right? It's the same here on Earth in the physical 3D realm. It's the same thing over on the other side when you get there. That if you were, lost through your bondage of the drinking and the drugs, it's where you stay, right? And until you realize you have healing and there is healing of your own free will, that you can get out of it, and the forces that are holding it, they're not letting you forgive yourself. They constantly remind you that unless you are an extremely strong person and you have some moral fiber or you have something there where you in the back that you can depend on, you're stuck in that state forever, for what seems forever. And like, how long would forever be? If not, it's not actually forever, but it certainly 10,000 years, 100,000. I don't know. There's no earth equivalent for it. You're timeless. You're outside of time. You no longer live by linear time, so there's no measurement of how long you could be punished in that state, right? And you of your own free will can get out of it. You can enter, you can exit out of that state if you know enough that you're being held prisoner, and the door is open. But most folks, if you didn't know that now, you're not going to magically, if you don't know what's on the other side, if you don't know that that's a possibility, right? How would you wouldn't be able to figure it out, right? And you better hope that consciousness stops at death, right? You better hope that this is it. If you live, put it this way, if you live that this is all that there is, that there's nothing else, you better hope that you are right. Because if you live that there is no other anything other than this, and you're wrong, you're it's prison. That would be prison, right? Because you don't believe there's anything else, you don't think there's anything else, there won't be anything else. It's just this is how it works, and you can go a long time with being held a food source or a prisoner by not knowing that you have the power to escape from it. Okay, if most a lot many who are lost in drugs and drink and all manner of chemical bondage and pass over and they die in their form, are lost in a daze, existing in an in between state, not able to move forward because the life force inside the physical form was suppressed and denied to flourish and given over to depression and the spillage that comes with, well, demonic possession. All right. So once they have you, they feed on you. That's essentially the way to look at it, right? Luge, luge, I think they call that. An addiction is most definitely a form of possession. If you are an addict and you act in that way continuously, you are possessed, right? Alcohol is rightly referred to as spirits, right? They distill the spirits. We become inspired, right? Certainly, you become inspired when you take certain chemical compounds, right? I understand this. Yet we might become addicted. The flip side, you might become addicted to anything that doesn't get up and walk away from you. As an alcoholic in recovery, I will personally attest that I was possessed by a nothing good entity, meant no good for me, no good for the people around it, which might only be best described as a demon. One is hooked, and you're on the hook, and if you look at it like a worm on the hook, right? Literally, when you're hooked, it's got you. It's part of you. It's part of who you are. That addiction becomes part of who you are, and you think about it, you nurture it. You don't want to do what it takes to get rid of it, right? You do what it takes to nurture that addiction as if it's a wounded child. And we lie over it, we'll steal, we manipulate others just to let that addiction have a life, right? Um, and as we say in the program, once you become a pickle, you can't go back to becoming a cucumber, right? Once you've reached the pickle point, you ain't going back. If one has passed on in an extreme state of depression, demoralization, diminished light's capacity, this is how the one enters into the next world. Of their free will choices, the one made the pathway into this condition. So, of your choices, you've made your path. The one could not find the brakes. The one could not downshift. The one was trapped in a bad contract for which the only escape seemed oblivion. That the bad contract that bled his soul, for which the only escape were drugs and the oblivion that seems to bring. Source cannot take those souls, not because she doesn't want to, not because he doesn't want them, not because they don't need healing, but because the soul is trapped between worlds. The earth free will zone is it's deep, it's profound, and it is here, it is serious, and there's no joke, right? The souls are trapped between the worlds. You're not in this one anymore. You can't move on to the next one. You become food for the lower astral beings, right? It is not accessible through the veil of the free will zone of Earth. So Earth School, they are caught in a form of astral amber. So if you've ever seen like a chunk of amber and there's a little mosquito in it, like that's what we're talking about here. The one has not let go, never learned to let go of the dark resonances. The one could not learn to forgive himself, couldn't accept that there might be something more or something else. The one who passes over in an OD is not able to return to source for the healing that is properly needed. And I explained this above, that it's not that God doesn't want you, it's not the source doesn't want you, source does want you, but of your own free will, you've made the decision to keep yourself from from source, from God. Right? You've made the decisions. You made a lot of decisions and are not able to free from those decisions because they don't know how. You don't know how. And especially if you're already in this life, you contracted with some demons who have taken your will. That's what you're moving over to, right? That's where you're going. You can't otherwise escape that if of your free will you made those choices, right? You can, right? You're not going, nothing's going to, or you can't automatically free from that. You can't automatically, there's nothing automatic. You have to know that you're being held prisoner and you have the key to the door, right? And in the spirit world, it's easier to be, released, but it's not without a physical form. And you, like, I don't know how to explain it other than that, right? I mean, I know I have the picture in my head, but to explain it to you is difficult, right? The intelligent light that can feel, well, the intelligent light that can also feel feels the pain and the terror that are inflicted by the watchers in that space, and they don't let you have rest. They don't let you have the ability to think your way out, right? They just always torture you. And at a point where you might feel that you have a moment, no, back to it, back. They just want you to have that feeling of, oh, maybe it'll get better so that they can knock you down again, right? That's what this is. That's what it's about, right? The one more of the bad choices. The one could not figure out where to go when there was an opportunity. You had the ability, you had the choice, the opportunity to improve was presented itself, and you didn't take that opportunity. Now, in the spirit form, which you're not ready for, one is not ready for, you never cared to think about it, you never cared to consider it, now you're stuck. Again, in between worlds, in a place that is pretty much lost to all of the benevolence that the angelic hosts have to offer. From time to time, okay, now let's talk about this for a minute. From time to time, there are advanced beings, the gods incarnate, and there have been a number of them that came here, right? True messiahs, right? Saviors, who will journey into this in between space. Okay, there are stories of the gods who have gone down there into the netherland to pluck their people, to pluck a loved one, to get, to retrieve someone who made their way down there, someone who was held captive. Okay, so in our stories and the myths and the narratives of us as a people, we have this kind of narrative, we have these tales of the gods and the messiahs who've gone down to hell to release the people. Okay, there were ascended masters, kings incarnate, who will go down there to retrieve certain souls, their people. There are those jobs who it is to rescue the trapped, imprisoned beings. Okay? For myself, I will offer that the ones we are going to be retrieving are the musicians and DJs who gave their lives for the cause. I will gather my horde of 10,000 manic DJs storming through the gates of the malevolent beyond. Why me? Why not? Why not? That said, if you would care to do that job, I will let you. Feel free to go ahead and do it. I'll watch from wherever. However, barring that, if you don't feel confident you going down there to release the musicians and DJs, I've got this. And quite honestly, I am just that pissed over a lot of what's happening here, that I am planning to take a trip down there when I am released from this form, that I might have back my original form, complete with the merit badges I've earned as a human. And I intend to claim my people, those were taken from me, through those means as I've described above and through other means. Right? This is part of the harvest time of claiming the people who were lost through deception, through any manner of bullshit of the Piscean Age. At this point, at 53, it's time to consider my mortality. to consider the end, the fact that there is more road behind me than in front of me, and please don't try to convince me otherwise. The overwhelming mass of my friends and family who I've ever known are gone. And as time goes on, I just say goodbye to more and more people, more and more stuff that I've loved, that I've built up, that I put my heart into, destroyed. Things that I've really truly loved and built and cared for, gone, stolen, wrecked, run over. Number of things that I have given my heart and my life to, wrecked, run over, stolen. I don't need to stay here a second longer than I need to. I've already seen enough. I'll just say it sucks for you when I have to go. Worse for you than for me. It sucks for the survivors when their family and their friends pass on. When you have to say goodbye to everyone, it's not fun. And you wonder, how much longer do I need to keep saying goodbye to people and the things that I've loved? How many bikes I've put my heart into got stolen. Locks were cut. Got to keep getting a heavier fucking lock. The dead, right? Those who've gone far, right? The dead are still here, still around us. They don't travel far, right? If you can't picture a heaven, you can't picture anything else, how far do you think you're going from this? Because most folks don't think there's anything else beyond this. Do you think you'd go to heaven if you don't even believe in God, right? I mean, seriously. This is why it is so incredibly difficult here at Earth School. This is the single hardest school in the galaxy, maybe the whole universe. I don't fucking know. For reasons that I mentioned above and for other reasons, right? But mostly the lack of God, the lack of the choir of the angels, the lack of a purpose, the lack of kind, loving, just all this shit at this point, right? It hasn't always been this way, right? There was a golden age, then there was a silver age, and then there was a bronze age, and now it's the fucking stone age, right? Motherfuckers throwing stones at each other. Albert Einstein, he said, I know how they, I don't know how they're gonna, fight World War III, but I know how they're gonna fight World War IV, and that's with stones, right? Earth School, I like to put it this way. I'll put it this way and summarize it. Earth School is a bubble of abject insanity in an otherwise sane universe. That summarizes my experience here the best I can. Okay? The universe is a insane, or the universe is an otherwise sane place. The Earth is a little bubble here. All right, bubble of sane. All right, so let's play some music on that cheery note.
With your
Playlist Remix.
Okay, there's like another 9 minutes in this mix here, and so I'm just gonna let that play, and then be done. So this is my outro. Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate everyone, the love, the support. Please remember, leave me a comment. Let me know what you got out of this. If anything, I'm not sure if I'm going to chop this one up into smaller pieces or not. Maybe I should. It's 4 hours. This is going to be more than 4 hours when I'm done. So I have no idea. I do know that it's time for me to say goodnight and have a good rest of your night. Bedtime for me. It's like 20 of 2 in the morning. So it's time. All right. So on that cheery note, thank y'all. Have a good rest of your day. I'm Axed. Hey, that's it. Well, y'all have a good rest of your night. Thank you all for coming. Bye. Much love.